Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. It is Boxing Day in some parts of the world. I would like to say it's Unboxing Day in my garage, but there is nothing to unbox tonight because I'm holding it for other nights. Unless you count me pulling batteries out of the package, which we will get to those shortly. Let's see here. We have in the chat, we have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. Welcome. All right, we got the 3D printer goal. Link is in the description. That goal will change come January because it will be the VCF East spending money goal. I guess in terms of VCF East, I am planning on attending, but unless someone wants to sponsor my entire exhibit, I am not exhibiting. I'm just going to attend. So, yep. All right, that's the announcement. Let's see here. Oh, let's first go to everybody's second favorite segment, things you all have sent me. And I would like to thank Tom Barber for sending along a sealed boxed copy of Microsoft MS-DOS 6 Upgrade, the easy way to double your disk. And I believe we have 5¼ inch high density discs inside this box. So, very awesome. I'm going to do something special with this, and maybe, hopefully, I'll be able to do it before December ends. But anyways, thank you, Tom Barber, for sending me a sealed copy of MS-DOS. There we go, our seal of authentication. Tom also sent along a package of Oreo cookies along with the MS-DOS, and I will neither confirm nor deny if I have eaten them already, or if they are still in my pantry waiting for a time when I had no other desserts in the house. And without further ado, because I kind of wanted to get to the was no longer mid-December game break, the after-Christmas game break, I have here a bag of stuff I bought at the local game store. That's not a GameStop. It is Super Bit Seville. There we go. Sadback says I also wasn't going to ask about the Oreos. So, in this bag, we have a Sega Genesis power adapter box, because I've already tested the power adapter to make sure it was outputting the correct power. Also, it was in a box, so that's a better sign, because of the 7-day return period. I've got an AV cable for the Sega Genesis 2. This is also for the Sega Genesis 2, because I had to return the power adapter that I bought on eBay, which came with an AV cable. I also had to return the power adapter I bought off Amazon, because they were both defective in different ways. Quick update, I have actually received a refund from both sellers, so there we go. And while I was at the game store, they had a bin marked broken consoles, $19.99. And although that price was each, not total, I would have had a fourth console if it was $19.99 for them all, but it was $19.99 each, so I limited my selections to the following. The box also said, "We don't know what's wrong with them." Also my favorite words. That hopefully means they have not, at least the game store hasn't opened them. So in no particular order, we have a Nintendo Game Boy DMG-01. The screen looks okay. Hopefully at least the screen is okay, because at the very least, I hope to use this as a parts donor for my other Game Boy with an original screen that's not broken, because, well, actually the screen in my Game Boy is actually slightly broken, because there's like a very short crack on the corner, and it is kind of annoying because it's in the visible area. Jack says, "Oops, I had the volume muted and didn't realize the stream had started." No worries. So, we got that Game Boy. That was $19.99. Don't know if it works or not. Haven't tested any of these yet. Despite having not fixed the first Genesis 2 I bought a second Genesis 2. I think this is the same revision as the one that I got from VCF East. And I would like to point out that at some point, someone bought this from Looney T. Birds for possibly $89.99. And I do not recognize that area code. This could be a fairly old price tag. Although, I guess at least this one has the expansion slot cover. My first one doesn't. But, anyways. Don't know what's wrong with it. Hi, Thomas Armstrong, welcome. Everyone just braved them all. All right. Yep, a Genesis 2. We'll take a look at that. And last but not least, from the game store, oh yeah, they the pink bag is what they sent me off with. So very sturdy bag. The third item I picked up in the broken bin. Now this one I have an idea what's wrong with it, because he mentioned what was wrong with it. Well, he was putting it in the bin, which is why I picked it up for the low broken price of $19.99. Is a PlayStation 2, which had the power cord, so that's going for it. It has been refurbished by GameStop. That has that not going for it. Yeah, everyone's probably least favorite game store has touched this machine, so, well, we shall see. Anyways, there is no hard drive in it, and it is an SCPH 39001, so it's not Linux compatible. Hi, Francois, welcome. Now, this, I believe, has a belt problem with the optical drive. I think that's what's wrong with this one, because he mentioned as he was setting it in the bin, it's having trouble ejecting CDs. So, or DVDs or games or whatever he said. I don't remember what word he used. But anyways, I think this one may just be a belt issue. So, we shall see. I do know Console 5 does sell belts for these. So, if that is the problem, then it should be hopefully a relatively easy fix, although I have not ordered the belt because I wanted to confirm it worked. And I was actually tempted to maybe try this first, only because... Alright, well, I'm going to try it first if I have an AV cable here for a PlayStation in amongst these cables. Oh, yes I do. I thought I did, and I do. And that probably means it is plugged into one of the AV ports. So if you like it when I go to the game store for Genesis 2 power adapter and AV cable, which would have been like 15 to 20 bucks, and I walk out with over $80 of stuff, don't forget to smash that like button to help the YouTube algorithm know that you like it when I do local game store regrets. And if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, because I repair all sorts of vintage computers and even occasionally vintage game consoles and sometimes vintage electronics. Thomas says, that's like shopping at Costco. Yeah, I know, seriously. You go in for Costco for one item and you come out with a full cart, and then you wonder why you're broke for the rest of the week. But at least the Costco special food items taste good. All right, so let's see here. All right, so. All right, so. Oh, all right, so we don't have any lights on the front of the console, but I forgot there is actually a physical power switch on the back. So we will turn that on, and we do have a red light. So if I hit the power button, we have a green light and fans, and I might be on the wrong input. Oh, there we go. Yeah, all right. It does look like it lives. All right. So if I press the eject button, oh yeah, there we go. Yep, if you're wondering, I mean, it's trying. It really be trying. But yeah, all right, I just wanted to see the startup screen. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Do I have a game controller handy? It's a PlayStation 1 controller, and it's all tangled up. We may have to come back to this at a later date. Well, we will. We'll have to fix the optical drive. So, Sadmax says, I'm not surprised about the bad belt. We were told as much. All right, so. Since I don't have any optical drive belts, and it probably is the optical drive belt, and I'm going to need to order one, because there's no sense of me disassembling it without a belt, because we know it needs a belt, and there's no sense in me trying to reform the belt that's in it if I can order one from Console 5 that is the correct size. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Console 5's website, and let's double check what I need to know for cap kits, because I might as well, if I want to take this apart, I might as well. So we may still be disassembling this, but we're not going to try to fix the optical drive belt, but I think I may still need to identify components inside of it. So, all right, let's see. Sony PS2 cap kits, original slim, power supply and accessories, view details. So, all right, I need to know what main PCB revision we have and what power supply we have. The drive belt's $4. All right, so let's, alright. So we are going to do a tactical disassembly, only far enough to figure out what I need in terms of capacitor kits. Only because when I do the repair stream on this, then I want to have cap kits on hand, because if we find that it needs recap, then we can recap it at that time. But I first have to find my screwdriver set, which should be down here, or at least one of them should be down here. Up there it is. It is in the Console 5 box, which hopefully has the other game. Oh, it's got some of the game console cap kits in it. Alright. Alright, while I get the screwdriver out, I do appreciate your bearing with me earlier in the week when my brain decided that I needed a break from streaming. So I had intended to stream Monday and Tuesday, and my brain was like, no, you need to rest, because how's the weather? So today it got up to like 50 something degrees Fahrenheit. Tomorrow I think it's only supposed to be a high of like 30 degrees or something silly like that, or 40 degrees. And then I think Sunday it's supposed to be back up to like 50 or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And then sometime like Monday or Tuesday night, we're supposed to have a low of like 15 degrees Fahrenheit. It's crazy. A lot of sine wave, that's our weather. Sadback says, honestly, I figured other stuff came up. Oh, yeah. Okay, Monday night was other stuff that came up. I did forget. You're right. I had to package some returns up, because I realized Monday evening, I realized after getting a reminder from a merchant that I had fewer days to return it than I thought. I thought I would be good to return it Wednesday, get it in the mail Wednesday, and the reminder says, ooh, that's a good sound. Despite the fact that GameStop refurbished this, that was a pretty nice crack on that screw. So maybe GameStop refurbished in this case means that they powered it up, ooh. I'm thinking maybe GameStop never opened this when they refurbished it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a nice... Although it could be that it's been sealed for so long, it's still giving a nice, satisfying crack of the screws, but... Yeah, Sadmax says, I'm including. Nope. Brain said I need a break. Yes. Anyways, so Monday, I did get those returns in the packaged up so I could get them in the mail Tuesday. And then Tuesday evening, yeah, my brain said, no, I still need a break. So I did enjoy my short streaming break. And yesterday had Christmas dinner with some neighbors, which was very nice. And, well, talked with my neighbors this earlier today, because they were talking about the Lego sets they got each other. Pretty cool. I'm sure at some point I will probably get to go see the completed Lego sets. I would try to list them all, but I'm sure I will forget one. But I do remember one of them was the Lego engine set. The which I guess is actually the engine actually runs. So, all right. So I have. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's fun. There's a ribbon cable, and I don't know how it unplugs, so we're just going to have to. Oh, well, that's nice. The coin cell's easy to get to. It's almost like Sony thought that you, as the consumer, might need to replace the coin cell battery. All right, so I still don't know what version mainboard we have, because that is going to be. All right, I think I'm going to have to take the. See if I can't. Let me take the screws off the top of the optical drive, because I'd like to unplug this ribbon cable so I can set the. Oh, maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe the optical drive just. You know, you would think that I would have looked up how this comes apart, but no, I didn't. All right, let's see here. If I take these screws out, oh, I guess the one thing is I can confirm that the belt is deformed. All right, so this isn't wasted time. Again, if you've just joined, we're not. Uh, I'm taking the PlayStation 2 apart to try to figure out what I need to order from Console 5, so we won't be repairing it. All right, so that top cover came off, and now I think okay, so I think there's nothing else holding that side on. I think these two screws, and I think I can lift the optical drive assembly out. At least I hope I can. No. All right. Still feels like there's something in the way. Thomas says console 5 is my favorite. Yes. Yep, console 5 even has belts for the PlayStation 2. All right, so there's the fan. And there's the AC cord. All right. There's that out. Oh, there we go. Um And just obviously they don't design these things to be taken apart because how dare you want to fix them, but I really would like to get this top off because the ribbon cable is just oh, I think the optical drive. Oh, do I have to release these clips? I don't know. All right. Hi, David Starbuck. Welcome. I am probably going to have to resort to. Oh, I'm not sure that. Oh, I don't think those two screws here. All right. All right, so I removed two little screws at the front of the optical drive. I'm actually thinking now that were not needed to be removed to get the drive out. I think they're holding. I think I would need to remove them to remove the drive sled. Anyways, I'm going to put them back in. Okay. All right, for anyone curious, I did get a new heater, and it feels fantastic. All right, I think I'm just going to have to go look on iFixit and or somewhere and oh, interesting. I have already looked up PlayStation disk drive replacement. Ah, top cover, okay. Warranty sticker. Carefully remove the power cord that attaches the top and bottom halves by disconnecting the power cord. Oh, well, that supposedly comes off the. Oh, this might be a different revision, but it's implying that it disconnects. On that side, alright. Power board, remove the two Phillips screws. Oh, I did need to remove those screws. Okay. And then lift the optical drive straight up out of the bottom case. Oh, I see here. Okay, I was on the right track. But apparently... Alright, apparently I did need to remove these screws, because actually you removed the tray. I didn't really want to remove the tray, because normally you remove the whole drive, but apparently... There we go. Apparently, in this design... There we go. So there we go. Now I got the drive tray out. Okay, well, I can see where the drive belt is. So let's take a detour here. I don't know if I'm zoomed out enough. There we go. Let's take a detour here. And then I'll remove the think I've already removed the next two screws. Their guide is telling me, but all right. So since we're here and we think the belt has perished, let's take this cover off carefully because I don't want to lose any gears. Oh. Well, yeah, okay. All right, the belt probably does need replaced. It's kind of, on the one hand, it's moving, but on the other hand, it kind of seems like it's deformed, and I think it might be loose on one side. Like, looked like it was loose on one side and taut on the other, and probably overall just not working as a belt very well. So, all right, I will. All right, I will just plan on replacing it. All right, so does the gears look good? All right, well, I'll plan on replacing the belt. Okay, so the next thing I needed to remove was the two screws holding the controller ports in. And then I needed to remove the ribbon cable from here. I think I just need to... Oh, thank you, Sony, for giving plenty of slack here. All right. All right, and it just pulls out. All right. Remove the gold screw securing the fan to the bottom case. Already got that. Remove the expansion bay cover. Lift the motherboard assembly from its front edge and remove it from the lower case. Oh. Oh, wait. I think I have... the motherboard assembly from its front edge. Oh, there we go. I figured out how the front panel ribbon cable works. Okay. There we go. There's at least that is free. Whoops. Well, it got unplugged from the motherboard. Oh, we'll fix that later. Alright, so the iFixit pictures are saying to lift from the front edge, but the picture is certainly seemingly implying you lift from the back edge. There we go. Wow, this is... Oh, I think there's been moisture or liquid or something that got in there. Fun. Alright. Alright. Let's see here. So now I should be able to flip it upside down. All right. I have a feeling I'm just going to leave this thing apart. And then order parts, and I'll put it back together after I have parts. Because at least the iFixit guide is... There is an iFixit guide, and it's showing things, and I just realized I'm not looking at the chat. Hi, Hardware Hacker. Welcome. And hi, Tim. Welcome. Hardware Hacker is preparing his dust image for Dustember. Excellent. And, oh, all right. So that should free the power board. I think then just pulls up. There we go. So there we go. There's our power supply board. That is a ginormous capacitor. I don't think it needs recap, but I'll probably proactively recap it. Because it is kind of painful to get open. All right, so this is, I believe, the Nichicon power supply. All right, so ZSSR093MA. Large cap not included. All right. So this is a 270 microfarad 300 volt. Says ensure voltage is the same or greater than your supply. All right, so this is a 300 volt cap. So that means that means the best option is to go for a 330 microfarad 350 volt that they have. And that capacitor will have to be installed on its side. Not ideal, but that is a really weird sized capacitor that Nichicon probably made for Sony. I don't really want to go down in capacitance. All right. So I guess we'll go. All right. I don't think I'd be able to find a better capacitor if I tried, so I'll just opt to install it on its side. So it'll mean that the capacitor the leads will go in on the middle and the bottom side, and then I guess I'll fold it over. Probably put some heat shrink tubing to protect the leads when I bend it over, and probably just bend it over this way. So I guess it'd be over top of some components, but 52 millimeters, so we're looking at like, yeah, all right, that's about the best option. Well, I know the cap looks fine, but I generally... Well, it's only an 85 degrees C cap, though. I generally replace all the caps when I recap something. The replacement caps are at least 105 degrees C. All right, we will need a belt. All right. Now, I still need to figure out what model power PCB this has. So, for that, I guess we have to remove the shield. And I think for that, there are a few more screws. All right, so... All right, so... Here's our power supply protector. Let me look at the iFixit guide. Let's see here. Yep, lift the power supply off. Let's see. Underneath where the power supply once was is, yeah, a transparent piece of plastic. There are quite a few screws holding the rest in place. All right. Thomas says you can do the math and replace it with 2 caps. Why would I want to replace it with 2 caps? Because I'm already going to have problems fitting 1 cap. I mean, it is an idea, but it's also kind of the... I mean, kind of... Oh, well, I mean, I probably have to order parts from Mauser. I may see what Mauser has, too. I don't have to order that replacement cap from Console 5. It does make it easier to order a kit from them. Oh, let me unplug this fan. There we go. The fan with the world's most fragile fan connector. Thomas Armstrong's asking what it was, a 270 microfarad, 300 volt, and I don't see where I've set my calipers down to measure it. But it is like flat and shallow. If I can spot my calipers, I'll measure it for you. You'll have to hold a moment. All right. So I think I've got all the screws out of the bracket. I think. Oh. Well, no. There still is one screw. Okay. Which I am going to have to remove. No, it's 300 volts. 300 volts. 270 microfarad. It's like a really odd size. I mean, it is screaming of it just screams Sony had Nichicon make a custom cap for them to fit the power supply. Or in reality, Nichicon made themselves a cap to fit the power supply because they're the ones that made the power supply. So it wouldn't surprise me if this power supply is one of the only devices that uses a cap of this size. It might be a custom size just for this power supply. Console 5 says to use the same or greater voltage. Alright, so this original cap is 35 millimeters in diameter. And it is 19 millimeters high. Yeah. I'm putting it in the chat in case anyone wants to try to find a closer fit than me bending a capacitor over. And the leads are somewhere between 9 to 10 millimeters. All right. All right. Let's see now if I unclip. Oh, I think the optical. There we go. All right. Well, I guess I am going to have to remove the optical drive. What are we caught on? All right. At least Sony did color code some of these leads, and I guess we got the. Oh, I guess you do have to disconnect that. All right. All right. Okay, this is going to be a pain to reconnect. All right, we got the optical drive out. That is going to be painful to reconnect. All right, there we go. And yeah, whatever spilled in this. I think it did get in under the thermal compound because the kind of looks like there's some sticky stuff there on the graphics synthesizer and there on the emotion engine. Even kind of on the, I think those are RD RAMs. Ah, it's a GH013. I guess it's probably just as well as that I disassembled it, because it does look like I should probably clean the board or clean the spots where it looks like some liquid got in at some point. Just to make sure it doesn't cause further trouble. Alright, but this is a GH013. Although I guess maybe recapping does have a secondary purpose, and that makes sure that that's not electrolyte that's leaked from something, as opposed to someone had a liquid spill into it. So, alright, so that's a GH013. Alright, so we got a GH013 with a Nichicon ZSSR093MA power supply. Actually, I'm going to measure that cap I selected would even fit. Alright, so I know 18 millimeters in diameter is the replacement size, so that'll fit the height. But the replacement capacitor is 53 millimeters long. Which would put it... Yeah, which would mean I'd have to put it this way. That's not really a great replacement. Alright. Uh... guess I'm probably going to have to probably go with the smaller capacitance power supply. Console 5 says it's okay to decrease. I mean, it is a... Thomas says, remember, you don't have to mount the cap on the PCB. I don't know that there's room inside the PlayStation 2 to mount the cap not on the PCB. There is really not a lot of... Plus, it's the main volt. I'm not running high voltage DC off the board. Kind of not one of my... it's high voltage DC. Because it's the cap right off the bridge rectifier, so it's going to be... I mean, quite honestly, I could probably get away with a 250 volt. Console 5 says to not decrease, but the thing is, this is only 120 volt power supply. Root mean square voltage is going to be 170 volts. Honestly, I could, since, uh, David says, okay, most of the caps came up in my search were startup capacitors for HVAC systems. Thomas says 300 volts is the minimum. Yeah, all right, let's see what Mauser has. All right. This assumes I can get this thing back together after leaving it disassembled for several weeks while I wait for parts. Well, there's the iFixit guide, so I'll probably be able to get it back together. I probably shouldn't worry about that. All right, so this is an aluminum electrolytic capacitor. We definitely don't want to go tantalum. All right, so this is a snap-in. Start with that. All right, so we need at least 300 volts. Let's see here. The lead spacing is 10 millimeters. Diameter needs to be 35 millimeters or less. I want at least 105 degrees C. 2-pin. And I would at least like 270 volt in stock. Apply filters. Whoops, I made a mistake somewhere. Oh. No, I didn't. Oh, I think I see why Console 5 offers what they offer. 21. Ooh, 21 millimeters. There are not a lot of capacitors that fit this low profile. In fact, I think I'm probably going to. All right. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to log into my Mauser account so I can add the cap to my cart. And the thing is, the cap I'm going to be able to order from Mauser is going to be like 4 millimeters taller than. than this cap, so it may not actually fit. It is also going to be more expensive than the console 5 cap. I think at this point, if I'm going to be spending... Alright, that's... Alright, so we will... Alright, so I will... Alright. I've got one in my cart. Alright, let's see what else Mauser has. It's... Hi, Dave, welcome! Hi, Mega, welcome! Thomas says, some of the LC power supply use something similar, not sure of the voltage. 200 volts. All the LC power supplies for the US market, I think they were 200 volt caps. So not really a suitable replacement. All right. 300 DC greater diameter is going to be 20 and less. Length. I'm looking at what they have that's radial caps that's possibly shorter than what console 5 has. All right. Ew. Nope. Oh, whoops. I meant radial leaded. That would be why. Okay, radial leaded. All right, radial leaded cap. Voltage has to be at least 300 volts. The diameter needs to be less than 20 to fit the height. Lead spacing doesn't apply if I get a radial cap. Length really needs to be short, but I'm not going to specify a length. I want to see what they have. All right. Temperature needs to be at least 105 degrees C. It has to be in stock. Let's apply filters and see what we have. Thomas says 120 volt AC rectified. It is 170 on the rough side, so 200 volt is going to be short life. Jack says, after you're done searching for caps for yourself, I have more you can do. You know, maybe sometime I should just do a stream where I, you know, that could be an interesting stream. Oh, okay, well, that's why, okay, I see why Console 5, the only radial caps they offer for those kits, why they're 50 millimeters long. That is all that's available. Oh, wait, I could make a 50 millimeter cap work. I just would need to bend the leads so that the cap fits, goes this way and then that way. All right. So here's what we'll do when I order the cap kit. So I will order... So I will order a snap-in cap that's 250 volt rated. That way, at least it's a little longer life than 200 volt. Some wires glue it down. Remember heat shrink. Yep. Because I think that'll actually work, because I don't think this is a full range power supply. So I think 250 volt would actually work. I don't think I need 300 volt. But to humor the exact replacement, I will well, I'll order several caps in case the first one doesn't work. Hi, yeah, what? Yeah, Dave, it was hard to join your stream because I got home on Sunday at 10 till 5. Which would have made it difficult to join your stream. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says 300 volt was someone did the math to code. Yep. Yeah, I got home at 10 till 5, so that would have given me 10 minutes to drop everything I had in my hands, which would have been a bad idea because I had stuff that needed to go in the refrigerator. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was the kicker. Yeah, I got home 10 minutes till 5, and I had spilled chili in the car. So, yeah. so actually, yeah, even if I had wanted to try to run to some camera, log in to say hi and bye, I had spilled chili in the car, and that needed to be wiped up immediately. So, yeah, that was the problem. Luckily, because I wiped it up immediately, I got it all up. I do still probably should wipe the seat with some. Mom told me Dawn dish soap would probably work. Because since I wiped it up all, but yeah, I did get the chili up. David says that's why everyone needs a dog to clean food spills in your car. Yeah, that would have worked, other than the fact the dog would have probably also been eating the chili that I didn't spill. Possibly rightfully so, for as the service charge for cleaning up the chili I did spill. But yeah, yeah, it was actually quite delicious chili. It was not mild. It was mild chili. It was beef chili, with beans. It was very delicious with cornbread. I had those leftovers was what I ate Monday and Tuesday. It was very delicious. We're spilling more of the chili. I did somehow also manage to get the chili in the house without dripping it all over everything, except for my hoodie, which I immediately did a load of laundry. So my chili was the catch-all for making sure I didn't drip it all over the house. That was probably the third reason I didn't join Dave's stream, is because I would have been in a hoodie that was covered with chili. Because that is what I used to make sure that I didn't have 20,000 other places in the house between my car and where I set it down to pour it in a bowl that I could cover and put in the refrigerator. Yeah. And I got the hoodie clean. Probably thanks to me immediately doing the load of laundry to wash the hoodie. But anyways. Jack says, now I want chili, but I have copious holiday leftovers. Yeah. David says, Justin, warm chili Morgan. Chili stream, says Thomas. How considerate. Yeah. We did not have chili. Anyways, yeah, I guess everyone wants... yeah. That message was brought to you by the National Chili Manufacturers Association of America. Ha ha ha. That's not a real association, or is it? Yeah, just watch. Someone will find that I managed to make up a fake organization that was real. Thomas Armstrong says it is, yeah. David says, I think I'm going to make chili and cornbread this weekend. Delicious. Jack says, when I first moved to Madison, I learned that some people here put noodles in their chili. I was taken aback. Yeah, I would have been too. I don't know what kind of chili it was. Yeah. Yes, at least I did not drop a waffle iron into my lap. Yes, that is true. All right, so I am trying to find somewhere. I have a box of bags that I put screws into when I'm not going to reassemble the device at the immediate moment. and I have apparently misplaced it. Or more accurately, it's... Oh, there they are. There they are. Okay, so I now know what I need to order for the PlayStation 2. Jack says, I assume the noodle thing was a way to stretch food further during lean times. Oh, David says Skyline Chili serves their chili on spaghetti. Oh, that's an interesting theory on... Maybe they put the noodles in the chili because it's the type of chili that couldn't be served on noodles, so they just go ahead and put the noodles in it. Jack says, interesting. When I asked what kind of noodles, the answer was macaroni. I have heard of noodles, macaroni in chili. I can't say that that's necessarily my favorite way of eating it. I think I did have it, though, and it wasn't bad. And I could probably eat it again. But I think I prefer chili and cornbread. And maybe that's because... That might just be because the part of the country I'm in. Chili Mac, yeah. Alright, so... For now, I'm going to set the PlayStation 2 aside. I'm not... Because I'm going to order the cap kit and belts. Because I need to put a belt on the optical drive. And I'm going to go ahead and recap it, because there is some liquid that's spilled in it, and I'm not 100% sure it isn't electrolyte, although I'm fairly sure, I guess the way I'll phrase it, I'm 90% sure it's soda or some liquid like that, but I'm not 100% sure that it's not electrolyte from one of these caps. Because while I don't see any of the caps have leaked, I also didn't see anywhere on the outside of the case where it looked like liquid got in. So I guess that's kind of my summary of why I'm probably just going to go ahead and recap it, is I'm not... I can't rule out... I don't see signs of a leaking cap on the power supply. Other than this spot here looks like it's had something on it. But there's definitely on the bottom of the case which I'm trying to get out because I need to I mean, yeah, I mean, it does kind of look like the liquid may have leaked in the back and run down this way. And it does look like an awful lot for... I mean, it does look like an awful lot of liquid for... the capacitors that are on the board, because that would kind of imply that these would have been the ones that leaked. Because I can tell whatever it was did get under the heatsink. Although, fortunately, I don't think it probably did anything. I mean, it powered up, so hopefully it didn't do anything to the RAM and the processors. In fact, actually, probably, just to be sure, I should probably at least... maybe at least I'll hit that with some contact cleaner. Oh, that is not contact cleaner. That is contact cleaner. All right. All right, so whatever that is, at least that'll kind of let that rinse off the board. And I kind of tried to spray it until if there's anything under those chips, it'll hopefully would have taken it with it. Yeah, try one more rinse. Just very... Oh, thank you, hardware hacker. Yeep. Five little dollars. Thunderclap. Yes. Thank you. All right. Hardware hacker says, gotta go, time for dinner, which sadly isn't chili. All right, well, enjoy your dinner. All right, so there we go. I rinsed off whatever that was on the chips. I will kind of set this board to where to try to allow everything to drain down. And I'm about to go set this somewhere where we can get to the next item, which will probably be a Sega Genesis, because I think that's kind of what I'm going to get to next. All right. So let me... All right. So we will get back to this PlayStation 2... not sure when. Maybe later in January. Or February. Depends on... kind of depends on when I place an order with Console 5, which will probably be... I will probably hold the Console 5 order until I have enough to order from Console 5. So, alright. Let me find a spot where I can set this. And... Alright. I'm going to actually... I think I'm going to set this on... I've got a shelf where I got a spot on the very top of it. So I'm going to set this on the top of the shelf. So I'm setting some things off to the side so I can grab everything, because I know I'm going to... I don't want to risk touching the circuit board and my chair, because my chair builds up static. So let me go set this all up out of the way. And we'll get back to it once I've ordered from stuff from Console 5. All right, so plug in our AV cable. All right. So I plugged the AV cable in while I was on the other side of the bench. Let's plug our power adapter in. And we are first going to start with our original Genesis, which I'm actually not expecting this is going to work. And I will explain why. All right. So, if you'll remember, for those of you that were watching, and as a review for those of you that didn't see it, I tried to order some power adapters for the Genesis 2 from both Amazon and eBay. The power adapter from eBay was DOA. Oh, and by the way, this is the Genesis from VCF East. I've got the one from the game store to the side. All right, so the one from eBay was DOA. The one from Amazon was outputting 10 volts AC. This is very much a 10 volts DC console. So I am actually not really expecting this is going to work, because I suspect that some protective chip has probably, well, hopefully there is some chip that has stopped working to protect the console. Probably the 5 volt regulator, if I had to guess. But anyways, I guess we might as well see what happens. So I've got the game in 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, we have a light. And we have nothing. Well, that's at least better. Yeah, no, Thomas Armstrong says it's fine. So, no, we have no video. All right. Yes, I did put a cartridge in. Huh. Although the one thing about this AV cable is it didn't make the greatest of contact with the scaler. So let me go wiggle the cable. Although the thing is, I won't be able to see what happens, but someone in the chat, let me know if you happen to see the video in case it goes away when I walk back around. Oh, apparently I somehow changed inputs by accident. Well, that definitely looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. Let me see if I can remember where I put my Genesis controller. Sega. Oh, there it is. There is no sound for two reasons. A, my scaler. I don't have a way to get the sound from my scaler. And B, last time I played sound from a game console, I found out that a Universal Music Group artist had sampled sounds from a game console, put them in their song, and I got a Content ID composition match. Yeah, I don't have the sound hooked up. All right. Let's see here. Start Emerald Hill Zone 1. There's remember I've got scalar lag to contend with, so this is probably going to be a really horrible gameplay. But it does look like it plays. Yeah, Content ID is so broken, yes. All right, so it looks like we have a... Oh! I see what the problem was with this console. The note says the reset button does not work. Well, does the reset button work on the motherboard? No, it does not. Oh, all right. Well, I don't think there's much else I need to do to this console other than I'll have to replace the reset button if I want a reset button. But do I really need a reset button? Are there any games that need a reset button? But yeah, it looks like the reset button is broken. But that is... I thought it was the power button on this that didn't work, but I should have reread the note. It said reset button doesn't work. So now that I've been able to test my Genesis 2 from VCF East, I paid $20 for it, and the reset button confirmed does not work. Yeah, Content ID, there is no appeal reason of you mismatched. Probably because that would require an actual human to do something. So anyways, I used one of YouTube's other new features. If you watch that live stream where I went through a box of PlayStation 1s, I used one of YouTube's latest features. They call it corrections. I was going to unlist the live stream, but instead I let the editing tool mute the affected segments of the live stream. And then I added a correction to all the timestamps that got muted, letting folks know that the reason it got muted was because Universal Music Group. Thomas says Console 5 sells the Switch. All right. Well, let me go ahead and add one to my Console 5 wish list. Because it does look like it's a weird... Genesis... Oh, thank you for the link. Replacement. Yep, that does look like the button. More or less. Yeah, alright. So, this is the one I picked up at the game store for $20. It is supposedly broken. So, let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1. Well, we have an LED. Um... oh, that's showing a 2-player demo. Okay, I was about to say, wait a minute. Is the video broken? So, does reset work? Alright. Let's see if reset works. Reset works on this one. I wonder if the power jack is loose. Sadmax says, I've also used YouTube's editor to mute audio on at least one video. Granted, it was footage of me playing a DS game in the car with the radio on in the background, so I couldn't keep the audio. Yep. All right. Let me wiggle the power connector. That seems solid. The one thing I can't do unless I power cycle it, I don't like plugging controllers in hot. Maybe let me check controller input. I don't have two controllers, so it is possible the fault is player 2. All right. It's also possible the fault could be sound. I don't have sound hooked up. All right, one player, Emerald Hill. I mean, I am making inputs. It is moving things. There's Tails. This looks like a looks like a working console to me. Uh um yeah. This is a this is a stumper. I think this console works. I'm stumped. If there's anything wrong with this, all right, let's open it up and I don't know. I'll probably order a cap kit for it and oh, now that's interesting. I don't remember there being a screw there, but all right, let's just go ahead and open it up and inspect it, and I'll order a cap kit for it. I guess we'll maybe just proactively recap it and. I mean, the case is maybe a little more scuffed up than. Oh, now there's a theory. I mean, the case did look a little scuffed up on the top. Maybe it just didn't meet their standards for a trade to sell as a pre-owned console. It does. I mean, it is a little scuffed up there. it is also possible that it's also possible the cartridge slot just needed cleaned. That is the other possibility, because this cartridge may have still had a bit of residual contact cleaner on it. But so far, the reset button on this one works, the power button works, controller port 1 works, the video out, at least on composite out, works. The power adapter didn't seem to be loose. The plug didn't seem to be loose. I don't know. I maybe, okay. My guesses are the card edge was a little bit oxidized, and either inserting the cartridge. Okay, my theories are card edge connector was oxidized. There's a sound issue, which I wouldn't know from testing here, because I would have to plug sound in. I'll have to see if I can find a way to plug sound in. Oh, this is a different revision. This one's a revision, a VA 1.8. Interesting. There's our 68,000 processor. I think that's memory. That's more memory. There's our Sega chip. There's a Zilog chip. I mean, it looks fairly good on the inside. Well, the expansion connector is quite oxidized. That might be the fault. Maybe the expansion connector didn't work, but I don't have anything that plugs into it, so I wouldn't be able to test that. That might be the fault. Which, in that case, I'll probably just hold on to this as my console, since I don't know what the fault is. All right. So there's theories. It's that connector. There's a problem with that. There was a problem with this this cartridge slot, and I blasted through it by plugging the game in, which could have had some residual contact cleaner on it. The I mean, the power. Nope. The power Well, I'll take it. I will reflow it when I recap it. But yeah, the power adapter plug seems solid. I don't see any faults. The only other thing I can think of is the case is a bit more scuffed than they wanted to sell, so they just kind of put it in the broken consoles. Or there is also the possibility they made an error when testing it. Or, I guess one other possibility, they sold it, the customer returned it saying it was defective, and they put it in the broken console pile instead of risking it, and the customer was wrong. Which, since they're not my customer, I can call them wrong. Because I'm stumped as to what the fault is. Unless it's more intermittent. Maybe I'll have to play it a while to find it. But golly gee, it looks really clean inside. I don't see any signs anything spilled in it. It probably really doesn't need recapped. But I'm going to do it anyways. I was going to look up the VA 1.8 revision. Just to see is it maybe it's one of the less desirable revisions. Because I do know there are some of the Sega Genesis revisions that are less desirable. It is possible this is like one of the least desirable ones, maybe. Because I know my VA 2.3 one, the one I got at VCF East, it has an ASIC that has slightly broken shadow and highlight support. So maybe that's maybe one of the lesser desirable ones. So let's see. All right. Oh, which video encoder chip does this one have? Oh, that's neat. Oh, here we go. Let's zoom in. I noticed a note. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I'll have to look. Oh, wrong microscope. There we go. So this one has the Fujitsu MB3514 video encoder on it. According to consolemods.org, some VA 1.8s had the, some US 1.8s had the Fujitsu MB3514 video encoder, making them some of the few standalone US Genesis consoles to use this particular encoder. All right, now let me see. I think on a previous revision of the board, they make a note about that video encoder. I don't remember if it's good or bad or indifferent. But I guess the one good thing is this probably, yeah, this console probably doesn't have a, the ASIC's not going to have highlight shadow support issues. All right, I'm trying to look to see, actually, let me just search this page for encoder. think the video encoder chip is the one that makes the video output signals. All right, let's see here. I'm looking for the note that maybe comments on the quality of this encoder. All right. Yeah, no, nothing there. Looks like the Fujitsu one was used in place of the Sony CXA 1145. Still haven't found the comment on the page that might comment on the oh, here we go. Okay. So I found the comment that was on the page. All right. So this is referring to on Model 2. So that's the Sega Genesis 2s. This note is on the VA0 revision. So RGB output is also similar to the VA7, which is going to be one of the revisions of the Sega Genesis 1. Again, with only some minor gel bars on the blue output. However, okay, so I have a feeling if I plugged in RGB, I don't have an RGB cable for this, but we'd probably have some blue output gel bars on this. All right, however, composite video can differ based on what video encoder is used. Most North American consoles with this revision, again referring to the VA0, so not this particular, not this revision here, but most North American consoles with this revision use the Samsung KA2195D, which has fairly blurry video output with noticeable jail bars. Most Japanese and some North American systems use the Sony CXA 1145M, which was previously used in the VA7 and has less artifacts than the Samsung part. All PAL Mega Drive 2s with this revision and the later VA1 and 1.8 boards had the Fujitsu MB3514 encoder, which is similar in output to the CXA 1145. All right. So actually, this is... I'm going to take that to mean that this, the Fujitsu encoder and the Sony encoder are the desirable ones, and that while it probably has jail bars in the blue output, because reading that paragraph, I'm suspecting that has to do with trace layout on the board, and there's probably some unfortunate signal routing that possibly is contributing to blue color jail bars in the RGB output. But it does look like the Fujitsu encoder is one of the two desirable ones, because it's similar to the Sony. Now, the one thing I would like to do is find where I set my other... There we go. My other Genesis. There we go. The one I got from VCF East. Although, quite honestly, its case is... Oh, yeah. There we go. So, the Sega Genesis I picked up at VCF East. Drum roll, please. Yep, there's the Samsung KA2195D video encoder. So that is the lesser desirable one because it has blurry... It's going to have the blurry video output with noticeable jail bars on composite video. All right, well, they can't all be winners. Anyways, that, just neat differences, and oh, but yeah, you could definitely tell. So this is the one I picked up at VCF East. Notice how shiny that expansion header connector is, and then yeah, if we look at that, that's pretty tarnished. I kind of wonder if this. The more I look at this board, the more I'm suspecting that it's the expansion header. That's probably why it got put in the broken consoles bin, because that would meet my definition of significantly oxidized, and quite possibly is oxidized to the point where it's quite possibly would not work with an expansion device. Now of course, I have, oh, apparently one Q-tip left. Yeah, it looks like I'm probably going to have, well, I was going to take a break shortly, but it looks like I'm probably going to have to take a break sooner so I can run upstairs and grab some more Q-tips. Because I just realized that, yeah, that was my last Q-tip in the box. But I am going to at least put some deoxit on this Q-tip. And let's see if that oxidation comes off of that connector. Anyways, this is probably going to be the Genesis that I keep for myself, because it's got the better video encoder on it. And I guess partly because, and I guess in some ways also because I don't know exactly why it was put on the bad console bin. Yeah, that is like, oh, yeah, this, wow, this edge connector is like really super oxidized. I think it may be why it got put on the, uh, in the broken console bin. It might actually be so oxidized I might have to re-tin it. If I need to use it. But the thing is, I don't have anything that needs an expansion connector. But if I were to ever get a Sega CD, then, well, I'd probably have to re-tin this connector to use it. Yeah, I don't know what's on it. That is some heavy oxidation. All right, well, that probably yeah, I honestly can't tell you why that connector looks so bad. Yeah, I can't explain that one. That is all right. Looking at my other Genesis 2, it does look like that is a tinned edge connector, so it's not copper. So I'm presuming if I did reflow those pins with carefully with some leaded solder, I mean, assuming they take solder, I I honestly 30. Do I have huh? I don't know if there's anyone watching that could say if someone left this connected to a Sega CD for an extended period of time, would that cause that? Because it looks like it might have been connected to something at some point. But I have a feeling that's probably why it was put in the broken consoles pile. That edge connector is so tarnished. I will probably either have to use I will have to use something abrasive on it probably, which I don't normally like to use. But since I don't have anything to plug into it, I'm probably just going to leave it be because I don't think it can get any worse. But I don't know. If comment in the chat if you might know of some reason why that edge connector looks so oxidized. I mean, it looks dark gray to me. I'm going to have to go get some more Q-tips. I may try another round of or well, actually, I've got some melamine pads. Let me see if I can grab one here. All right. Because now I'm curious. Okay, so I'm going to put some deoxit on one of these store brand melamine pads. If I knew where my scissors were, I'd probably cut it down. I mean, I don't know what that is, but it is. Thomas Armstrong says electric toothbrush. I don't think the electric toothbrush is going to take care of that. Although I do need to try something more than because it's just whatever it is, it's coming off very slowly. Maybe I will try the electric toothbrush. I mean, I guess at this point, what honestly, probably the worst that'll happen is the electric toothbrush doesn't do anything to it. All right. Yeah, I may have to ultrasonic the PCB. Yeah, it may be what I have to do because it kind of does look like it's something on the edge connector, but I'm at a loss as to what it is because it doesn't appear to be on any other part of the game console. Soda pop. Oh, I bet I could maybe immerse this edge connector in citric acid and am I even cleaning it? Here I am cleaning an edge connector that I can't test because I don't have a device for it. So don't forget to smash that like button if you like me trying to clean things I can't test. I don't even know if I'm even doing anything. It's Let me see if I can reach my paper towels without causing an avalanche. All right. All right. Well, that is not overwhelming evidence that the isopropyl alcohol in the toothbrush did much because my mat was probably dirty anyways. Whatever it is does seem like it's coming off very slowly. Yeah, I could try putting some isopropyl alcohol on the melamine sponge. whatever it is coming off. It's just weird. All right. Oh, I don't have any. I am curious. Okay, so I've got the acetone. I'm looking to see if maybe any of these Q-tips is. Hmm. No. I guess I am going to have to go upstairs and get some more Q-tips. Yep. Oh, hold on. Do I have? I thought I had another box of Q-tips down here. Maybe I don't. All right. So I guess what I'm going to do, because I did kind of need to a take a break. Let me go ahead and take my break, and that'll let me grab some Q-tips, and we'll try some acetone, and maybe I might go ahead and, if I can find my nope, it's got stuff down in it. I was about to say if I could find my beaker, I was gonna make up some citric acid. But oh, hold on. I've got some of these condiment cups. There we go. I'll make a. There we go. I'll mix up some citric acid in one of these while I'm upstairs, because that's where my thing of citric acid is. Yeah, it's also possible that I might just try to reflow it, or I guess yeah, flux and heat. Flux might, yeah, flux might cut through it if I heat it up. Anyway, so I'm gonna go get some Q-tips. I'll make up a very small batch of citric acid concentrate. Well, not concentrate, but we'll try that. We'll try acetone, but I do need Q-tips. So yeah, let me go ahead and take my midstream break now, and hopefully I'll be back around 9 o'clock. But I do have the chill hold music, so headphone warning in case it's just a little bit louder than my talking, because I know it will be. So be right back. Music in 3, 2, 1. my hold music not actually chill? Alright, so I've been upstairs. I did grab the box of Q-tips. I took one of the trash cans back upstairs with me because the trash can went up to the master bath. That's where my Q-tip stash box is. I did forget to take my thing upstairs to make some citric acid, but that's fine. If acetone doesn't clean this off, then I'll ultrasonically clean the board after recapping it. I do want to be careful with the acetone, though. It would probably melt the plastic of the case. But whatever is on these pins, it is coming up. You know, I just had this weird thought that some kid used a permanent marker on this edge connector for some reason. I don't know why they would have done it, but I mean, whatever this black stuff is, it is coming off, albeit very slowly. Oh, actually, the acetone might be doing the best job because that actually looks halfway shiny. All right, let's try another. Oh, Jack says the whole music is totally fun, totally chill. It's just funny, yeah. It's kind of like elevator music. Whatever it is still coming off. I mean, could some kid have grabbed a Sharpie and doodled on this connector at some point? Because my first thought when I saw how dark it was, the console was in a house fire and it was smoke deposits, but there's no signs of on the rest of the console that it was in a fire, so I think that theory is just right out the door. Although it'd been really hard for them to have doodled on this side of the connector with it in the case, but yeah, if it's I mean, I'm not going to say IPA wasn't doing the trick, but yeah, let me let that dry. Let me see what IPA does. 'Cause you're right. If that is permanent marker, then IPA should. I can't say that IPA is doing better than acetone, so probably not permanent marker. I mean, it's still gray, but it's at least starting to look shiny. Yeah, I could try soldering iron and flux. Could also spill the isopropyl alcohol. All right. All right, I guess I could see what flux might do to it. All right. I'm still kind of. I mean, I still have no way of testing this, but at least maybe if I can clean it up, it'll look better. And that's my working theory as to why this got put in the broken bin. The edge connector was oxidized. All right. Oh wait, that is. Oh, that is flux. All right. It looked like I had managed to grab solder paste that I. All right. Let's see what this does. I don't think it's doing anything. I may have to add some solder, but that did that did nothing. Let me see if I even solder will even. No. Solder will not stick to that. Okay. Do I have any used solder braid? I do. Thomas Armstrong says some type of pencil crayons. Max asking, wow, this is weird. Does it have continuity? That would be a good question. That would be a great question. That would be a fantastic question. That would be a question that would require me to figure out what I did with my multimeter. Oh, it's underneath the. Alright. It's simply underneath the Sega Genesis from VCF East. That's why I couldn't find it. Alright. Alright, whatever is wrong with this edge connector, it is... Alright. So, this looks like it's probably ground. Well, there is conductivity, but there is 10 ohms between those two pins, and they are on the same trace. Oh, it looks like 8.4 ohms, 8.5 ohms. Yeah, so I'm going to try to go from there to this shiny solder spot here, which I believe is... Yeah, that's three ohms between... For reference, my lead resistance is about the, zero point 0.1 ohm. Okay, I think my meter just zeroed it out. If I touch two of these exposed solder blobs on the same ground plane, what do I get at 2 points on the left pin? 12 ohms. Thomas Armstrong says, time for the fiberglass pin. You know I hate using that thing. In fact, I hate using it so much I've probably misplaced it. Alright, I don't know where it went to. Jack's asking, I wonder if you can get the bare copper. I'm not going to try scraping with the scalpel because I don't know what that is. I don't want to risk losing the pad. Well, I guess I could scrape it. Alright. Very carefully. that's... All right, well, I am not going to scrape all the pins. With a scalpel, but it does appear as if whatever that was will come off, but I'm probably going... Yeah, I'm going to have to get a fiberglass pin, or find mine. I don't know what I've done with it, but... Yeah, I'll want to tin that with solder now, that's for sure. Oh, the used braid I had wasn't very good. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that certainly looks a lot better, and now I bet if I get the multimeter out... Yeah. Alright, so I guess what I'm going to do is get a fiberglass pin, because that's probably going to be the safest way to scrape whatever that is off. Yeah, there we go. We have no resistance now. Alright, so I think we have now figured out what the fault of the board is. There is something on the edge connector. I do not know what it is, but it is some... It appears to be something that has been put on here. Well, yeah, I've had inconsistent luck with fiberglass pins too, but I don't want to like scarf up the... I don't want to scarf up the edge connector with a scalpel. Unless I realize the fiberglass pin's not going to do it. I would almost rather go get some high grit sandpaper before I resort to the scalpel. Because the scalpel, I'm afraid I'll slip and cut the trace. But anyways, so I don't know where my fiberglass pin is, but it looks like we found the fault. The fault is there is something on the edge connector which would prevent anything from working. I don't know what it is, but I'll have to scrape it off and then re-tin the connector. And whatever it is, it's on both sides. I think Tronix Fix uses sandpaper. Is the socket that it goes in corroded? I don't know. This would have been connected to a Sega CD, but the Sega CD wasn't in the broken consoles bin or connector. I don't know. I only have the console. I don't have what was plugged in here, and the game connector is not corroded. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to... Yeah, I don't know what that was originally connected to. If anything, all that was in the broken game console box was the console with no... And the sign on the bucket said, "We don't know what's wrong with it." Which is probably fair. I don't know what is on that. I don't know what was plugged into it, if anything. I don't know the history of this console. I can't tell you what this black stuff is on it. But this must be the fault with the console. I did not ask the game store if they'd tested this with the Sega CD. I am presuming that is a distinct possibility that they might have a Sega CD for testing, or they just looked at the connector and said, "No, we can't take that," or it's a broken... Yeah, Sadmax says, "We can guess at what it was connected to once upon a time, but ultimately all we'd be doing is guessing." Yep, exactly. I can't say for sure what it was connected to. All I can say is I presume it was a Sega CD, if anything, because it's possible this console was never used with the Sega CD, and that is some kid drew on the connector with a crayon or something. I don't know what that stuff is. But needless to say, I'm going to have to go at it with something abrasive and then re-tin the connector. And I don't know where my fiberglass pin has gone to, so we will put this aside for a future repair stream where I will have the parts I need. But because maybe someday I might like to get a Sega CD, I will at least try to restore the connector so that if I do ever manage to get a Sega CD, then I will maybe be able to use it. So let's move on to the next, or the final console I bought from the game store. Again, this is a Game Boy for $19.99, broken. They don't know what's wrong with it. But I certainly noticed what appears to be part of a food item stuck down in there. So before I do anything else, I'm going to open this up and make sure that there's not food in it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, this is a tri-wing. Okay. Oh, please, while I find the tri-wing. Actually, I think that one's it. Oh, nope, that's not the tri-wing. Phillips, Torx, flat blade. Oh, maybe that's the one I need. Nope, that's not it. Is that it? No, that's not it. Is that it? That's not it. I'm having trouble reading the legend on the foam. So bear with me while I... There we go. There it is. Look for the tri-wing screw bit. Because although the Game Boy cartridges used game bit, the Game Boy did not use the game bit on the console. It used tri-wing on the outside and Phillips on the inside. Or it might be tri-wing on the inside too. So we're going to open this up. Sadmax says, lovely. Someone tried to feed it a cookie. Yes. Was definitely kids at some point then. Yep. Yeah, when I saw that there was a part of a cookie or something in the console, I decided it was probably worth the gamble. Because at the very least, I'm hoping it will be a replacement screen for my Game Boy, which I did bring downstairs. I grabbed it while I was upstairs because I forgot to bring it down earlier. Alright, so we should be able to pop this open. And I'm going to disconnect the ribbon cable carefully. There we go. Alright, so I think the food item or items will be on this side. The screen is on this side. So there's that. And if you're wondering why I'm hoping that at least it'll be a donor. So here's my Game Boy. And there is a scratch or something in the screen right there. I think it might be a little crack or something. It is kind of annoying. But, I mean, it does work. And it's not in the actual display area. Well, I guess it is. But anyways, I thought at the very least, I was hoping the screen would work on this one and I could replace my screen with this. And then hopefully, since this screen doesn't, if that's a crack, I'm thinking this screen would be a poor bivert mod candidate because you have to remove one of the layers off the back of the screen. But anyways, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that has been cut or what. Anyways, I wanted to clean this before I bothered to try to power it up. Sadmax says, one of those scratches that's just visible enough to be irritating. Yeah, it could just be a scratch. This is said in a very amused and affectionate, kids, well-loved item way, yes. So, alright. I mean, so far, I don't see any signs of battery corrosion, which is also nice. Although, I kind of thought the console might have had a hint of batteries left in it on the outside, but the inside looks rather clean. Alright, I don't have a game in it. I think there's only the 2 screws holding this in. Let's see if I can get the motherboard out Alright, well. Yeah, there definitely is something down there. But it, whatever it is turned to crumbs at this point. Alright, so let's apply a liberal amount of contact cleaner. And wipe that up, because that was probably more cookie crumbs. Alright, that does seem to have... Alright. Alright, so let's let that dry. I think I've flushed out most, if not all, of the cookies, so it's probably worth testing it. Basically, step one, let's see what it does. I'm going to put it back together. Hopefully just enough to test. All right. Looks like about that. So I think I will need to put... All right. I think to test it, I will need to put these two screws back in. All right. What kind of cookie? I don't know. Um, it wasn't a browser cookie. That is all I can tell you. I mean, it could have been a cracker for all. It could have been an animal cracker. Which, despite the name on the product box, that's a cookie. It's a cookie disguised as animal crackers. I'm convinced. It's to try to fool parents into feeding their kids cookies because they're marked as crackers. Oh, they're crackers. There's not a lot of sugar in them. Well, I mean, maybe there's not a lot of sugar in them, but they still are a sugary treat. All right, so I'm going to install some fresh batteries. fresh batteries from the Amazon. All right, so let's see. Without a game console, let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Oh, we got screen lines. I was afraid of that. All right, screen lines. All right, and the power switch is very sticky. Okay, but let's see. If I put a game in. All right, we'll put Tetris in. Okay. All right, looks like we're running the game. Actually, that's weird. I thought there were lines in the screen. Sounds good. The volume potentiometer needs some deoxit fader. Those lines that I thought were on the side of the screen. Oh wait, am I getting fooled by the Tetris? Hmm. I thought there were lines on the screen when I powered it up with no cartridge, but now that I'm playing a game, I don't really see any lines on the screen. Nice. That was a nice Tetris there. Or whatever they call 4 lines. Yeah, alright. Let's try no cartridge again. No, there are no lines on the screen. They're... Sure enough, I sure thought there were some lines on that side of the screen. But they're not there. Well, yeah, the solid black box with no cartridge is normal. It's part of the copyright check. Because the Nintendo logo is on the cartridge. So if you turn it on without a cartridge, well, I mean, that's what it reads off the cartridge. And then it doesn't continue because that doesn't match the Nintendo logo. Because not only does it look for the Nintendo logo, but it actually compares what it reads with what it expects. And only if the Nintendo logo is correctly read does it continue. All right. So, I've got a good screen. Apparently the screen is good. So, I'm looking at my... Because I'm actually just tempted to swap the front, the whole front. Yeah, I'm tempted to just do an entire front swap. So, all right. So let me take the batteries out. Yep, that was part of Nintendo's way of preventing knockoff cartridges, because in order to make a cartridge that would play on the Game Boy, you would have to put Nintendo's logo on the in your cartridge, but without a license agreement from Nintendo, you are now committing trademark infringement. So, no matter what the courts might have ruled for on copyright grounds or other means, if you were even tried to say, oh, well, that's antitrust for not letting other people make cartridges. Well, you're still committing trademark infringement. Yeah, Sedmac says, either way, you were in trouble. Yeah, because you've just... Yeah, so you might have tried a countersuit for some claim, but you were still going to be found liable for trademark infringement. So, yeah, that kind of puts a damper in things. I don't know. You know, honestly, I could have probably just started using this other Game Boy, except for the fact that I think the back shell of mine looks better. So I'm just going to swap fronts and backs. All right, so here's my back shell. All right, there's my back shell. And we're going to swap it. All right, well, this is if it looks okay when I put it back together. All right, we're going to swap it with the front shell of this one, although we'll see if I've got some deoxit fader for those potentiometers. But overall, for color match, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to notice that I've swapped shells. They're pretty much similar. Um, Well, the LCD board revisions aren't quite the same, but that shouldn't matter. Yeah, let me see if I like to put deoxit fader in potentiometers. There we go. Let's see here. So I'm going to spray some very carefully in the contrast potentiometer. All right. All right. So there's that. All right. Got the contrast potentiometer, little deoxide into that. Now let me get the volume. Well, I'll go ahead and get the volume on mine. Although it wasn't scratchy, but I might as well. Applying a little deoxit and then moving it back and forth. All right. There's that. Now, there is just a little bit of dried soda or something around the edge of this one Game Boy that had the cookie in it. So, let me go ahead and clean the grime off the edge of this one. You need not tell me any more about how well loved it was by some kid, other than to see the grime on the edge between the seams. All right, there we go. Yeah, Sedmax says basically, yeah, you maybe could have pushed back about copyright, but they'd still get you for the logo you had to use to get it to boot. Yep. Because I think they actually compared the image data in totality. It wasn't like a checksum or something that would let you potentially get away with like creating data that was had the same checksum. No, that wouldn't work. I'm pretty sure it was doing an image compare of the entire data. All right, so there's the new screen. All right, let me adjust the contrast. Oh, I did not get the cartridge in very well. I may have to clean contacts. There we go. Oh, that's right. All right. Very nice. So now my Game Boy does not have an annoying scratch on the screen. But the back was in better shape because you see just a very small intact serial number label on mine, whereas this one has a really not in great condition, much larger serial number sticker. So kind of incentivized me to keep my back shell and the replacement front shell. AdMax says, however I feel about it aside, it's a really interesting solution. Yeah, 'cause think I don't think the Game Boy has a lockout chip. I could be wrong. For some reason, I was thinking that it was just simply the trademark picture on the cartridge that was their license enforcement. AdMax says it doesn't. The console's up till about the DSi or region free. And I have some spare parts. Yeah. Or probably I'll sell, because I have some Game Boy spare parts. I will, quite honestly, will probably sell the Game Boy with the slightly scratched screen as for parts. Unless I find out that the other parts I have don't work. Because because I already had parts to make a LCD upgrade Game Boy. I think I'm gonna swap battery doors because the battery door, the one I got at the game store, looks better than my old one due to the sticker not being as marred up. So there we go. So I got mine back together. Oh yeah, there's that. Oh. I think that line is just a lot. It's not a broken. I don't know. I think it's just maybe a line on the screen that's got slightly different contrast. Because I don't think there's actually any lines in the screen. It looks probably need to. Yep. I think mine is working good. I am going to. I think the cartridge slot needs a little bit of deoxit. I want to see if I can find my large swabs. And or maybe it's the game that needs. Yeah, sure enough. I think that screen is just fine. Because those lines that appear on the screen, the only time I see them is when I don't get the game cartridge in quite right. So maybe they're I'm going to at the moment just consider they're an artifact of the game cartridge not being fully seated. Now, as for this one, at the moment I'm just going to put it back together enough to not lose parts. That and I'll make sure it works. So I do have a but yeah, there's a chance I may just sell this as a parts Game Boy after I get my other Game Boy put together, because I'm gonna do a LCD upgrade Game Boy. So maybe once I'm sure I've got that together, but you haven't decided which screen upgrade kit I want to go with, because both both choices are equally compelling. I think there's the one by I think High Speed I Do, and then what Funny Playing or something like that. And there's a couple different revisions of them, and I'm kind of leaning towards one of the bonded glass ones, just because I really don't want to see. I don't. I really don't want it to look like the screen never belonged. I'm leaning towards one of the bonded glass ones, but that of course comes with the drawback of, if the screen would break, then or the glass would break, then I think you got to replace the entire screen. But then again, it is it'd be for me to play, and well, I'm not as worried about how rough of a handling it'll get if I'm the one playing it. But still, it is something I have considered that, well, if I were to be clumsy and drop it, then I would probably have to replace the entire screen. All right, let's make sure this one still powers up. And if it does, then I'll take the batteries out again because it'll be setting aside in my to-do pile. All right, so this is the motherboard that had the cookie in it with the screen that was in mine that had the scratch in it. And yep. All right. And then again, if I put this game in mine, and it, I'm wondering if I should have maybe, probably needs contacts cleaned, and I wanted to do it in a way that doesn't get contact cleaner everywhere. Speaker in this speaker's louder now. You know, maybe it's actually the Tetris game. Let me do this. Let me just crack open the Tetris game and clean its edge contacts. That's probably what really needs to be looked at. Oh, ew. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think my Tetris game has seen some things. Okay, so I'm not going to spray the front, although I'm definitely going to use the paper towel to try to clean that up. But yeah, I'm gonna let that soak for a moment while I clean the edge contacts here with some deoxit. Actually, first I'm going to clean the back of the board with isopropyl alcohol. Or actually, let me just use some acetone. That'll take whatever that is off. Including if there's any factory flux on it, but I think that is. Hmm. Yeah, whatever that is gotten in up behind the solder mask. Or it's discoloring the solder mask. I can't tell if that's discoloring the solder mask or if it's something that's gotten in under it, because that is not coming off. Unfortunately, Tetris used a blob chip. I mean, I'm presuming this is a legitimate cartridge. No, I never really opened a Game Boy cartridge before to know if they had a ROM chip or a blob chip. Alright. I mean, I'd almost be tempted to try to take that solder mask off and recoat it just to make sure whatever that is doesn't eat the traces, but I'm thinking that may just be staining. Alright, well, whatever. Alright, well, this is a well-loved cartridge, whatever it is. Alright, we'll leave that. Alright, let me see here. If whatever this is in the cartridge... Oh, yeah, whatever that is or was, at this point, it is not coming off the cartridge. It has stained the plastic. And honestly, because whatever it is stained the back of the plastic, I'm just going to leave the price tag on it. Oh. Alright. And I've cleaned the contacts. For now, I'm just going to leave the board. I think I'm going to operate under the theory of it works. Let's not potentially wreck it. And there we go. I think cleaning the contacts probably fired right up in this one. All right. Oh, yeah. I think it just needed some DLC. There we go. So it looks like my Tetris cartridge is working great. I don't have a annoying scratch on the LCD, and I have a parts Game Boy here for when I do an LCD mod in the future. There we go. So it looks like my game store score of the consoles I bought from the broken bin looks like I'm 3 for 0, or 3 for 3. Divide by 0 error there. 3 for 3. The Genesis works, although the Edge connector for the expansion needs work, but the console works otherwise. The PlayStation 2 needs a new belt in the optical drive, but it works. And the Game Boy had a cookie stuck down in it, which probably means the contacts needed cleaned, but it looks like it works. I have a feeling it just needed a contacts cleaned. Yeah, so I think that was 3 for 3. I like those odds. All right, so I'm out of game consoles to work on. I'm actually, since this is not my normal night for streaming, I'm actually kind of tempted to wrap the stream up since I've gone through all the consoles. I haven't ordered lasers for the PlayStation 1s yet. And what's next? We could do Wheel of Regrets. We could do... Let's do Wheel of Regrets. I guess I had thought to myself, if I finish early, then I could bring more of the... well, actually, I didn't bring... Okay, I have one of the Wheel of Regrets entries down here already. But I have a stack of boxes by the door. I kind of had thought that I would open them on over the course of the next few live streams as I got to the items for that live stream. However, I think since we wrapped up early, and because Wheel of Regrets can take some time during a stream, I'm kind of cleaning my bench off. It will would be nice if we had a few more viewers. I don't know if maybe someone wants to like post on a Discord or something that, hey, he's about to do Wheel of Regrets. Yeah, let me I'm just kind of cleaning my bench here a little bit to get some of the cruft off before we go to Wheel of Regrets. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through Wheel of Regrets now for the rest of the stream. When we get through everything, then I'll wrap the stream. And the benefit is I won't have to open all of those items later, which takes time away from the stream where I'd actually be using them. So win-win. And this delay will maybe let folks have a chance to realize that, oh yeah, maybe I would like to join for a regret or two. Yeah, there is no emoji for the wheel. I know. Maybe we just need to ask the Unicode people that we need an emoji for the spinning beach ball. I'm sure Apple would love that. All right. See who we can round up. All right, so let's because not everything is PC related. So let me... I think probably the best way to do this is for me to go to Be Right Back. That'll let me have a chance to set the Genesis game consoles off to the side and go upstairs and grab the stack of boxes. And then I will roll the Wheel of Regrets after I have everything downstairs. So, headphone warning, just in case it's a bit louder than the ambient noise level here. We're going to go to Be Right Back so I can grab the stack of boxes in 3, 2, 1. right. And I realized when I went upstairs, I had forgot to bring something downstairs. So, from the items I have won from you all, I have a hacker box, courtesy of Hackerbox and Jamie's Hack Shack. So this is number 119, GPS. And I was the randomly picked comment from this particular Hackerbox video on Jamie's Hack Shack's channel. So thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Hackerbox. I will enjoy putting this together. And the comment I left on the video had to do with, I forget what Jamie said, but my reply was, never mind the red LED. What in the name of Detroit did they do to the state of Michigan? You'll have to watch Jamie's video and watch carefully when the map comes up on the screen. And you'll see why I made that comment. Spoiler alert. Maybe not all the states on the map were drawn correctly. Anyways, with that out of the way, I need to give you this following announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Alright, so this first item that is potentially a regret comes to us from an eBay seller in Texas. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. Comes in this lovely FedEx box, which I have no idea how you're supposed to open. It would probably be more obvious if it wasn't for the fact that I am protecting addresses. But, anyways, yes, hello, Texas. If anyone's wondering, no, this did not come FedEx. It came Postal Service, and luckily the postal inspector had no reason to inspect the box, because they would have found priority mail packing. Which, by the way, new eBay fear unlocked. Apparently the Postal Service has started marking packages as postage due if it looks like a seller has thrown a priority mail box inside of a poly mailer. Yes, illegal use of priority mail packaging. Sadmax says, and no, this did not come from me. Actually, I don't think I bought this from... I don't think this came from Sadmac on eBay. Because I paid less than you might think for this item. Although I think Sadmac in the chat has possibly recognized this. Oh yeah, this came from another seller in Texas. Oh, Sadmac says, it's a common enough question from chat that people ask. Yes. So, what might this be? Yet another... Ooh. I was about to say I was just going to leave it in the package and come back to it later. And then I realized that, no, we are not coming back to this later. We are going to deal with this now. We have an LC 475 or 476 or Performa 475 or 476 logic board. How nice. Not sure exactly which one it is. I wasn't planning on testing it tonight, but we did get that battery out of it. And this battery is dated 1995, so this was the original battery. Good thing I got that out. But we do have probably 512K of video memory, the onboard RAM, and it's a 68LC040 processor. But the board does look like in good shape. I don't see any electrolyte leakage, so hopefully after a recap, this board will just work. How do the caps look fine. For the most part. I think the ones down in the corner might have started to leak. The egret chip is luckily looking pretty good, and yeah, I don't see any issues on the sound chip. I may not hold this for Marcintosh, but I think I will have to. I think I have a 475 cap kit, but I have a 475 board that needs recapped. So anyways, probably I'll recap one of the two 475s that I have that needs recapped on Dave's stream, just to recap them. To recap one of them. I may test this board on Dave's stream. Because I think this Sunday is not the Sunday where I have something that might make me get home super late. So, yeah. All right, another 475 board. I'm hoping that I will be able to get my 475 that was dealer upgraded working. So many 475s. Yes, I know. This one had a buy it now price of like what was the buy it now price? It was cheaper than they usually go. $60 buy it now price. It looked like it was in good shape. I really would like to get my dealer upgraded 475 working. And I thought that I might be able to if I get more than one working, then I might try selling a recapped board. I do that occasionally. I've done it before with some like LC2 boards. That did decently well. Yeah, Jack says $60. That's not terrible. So I thought, yeah, if I could get one and then recap it, I might be able to resell a recapped board for a reasonable price. I mean, obviously realize I will yeah, I don't know what the reasonable price would be. Probably depend on what I have to put into it besides recapping, but it is something I like to do occasionally when I get enough boards at a good price. I can't do it all the time. But if I can get boards at a good price and I get all mine working and I got a spare, I have done it before. I want to say that I was able to sell the LC2 board that I recapped. I think it was an LC2 board. I recapped it. I put a socket for the math coprocessor in it. And I think I might have even installed a math coprocessor in it. And I want to say I listed it for like 120 or best offer. With the math coprocessor tested. I was trying to remember, or maybe it was $100, or like 109, 110, 120. Maybe it was 110 or best offer. And I want to say I got an offer of 90 to $100, which I accepted because that was about where I was hoping to get. I got the board cheap enough. Yeah, Jack says, I definitely support rescuing cheapish boards and reselling for reasonable. Yeah, I was trying to go, what I did when I sold it, pricing may be different now. If anyone's thinking that's too much. This was like a year or two ago. And what I did is I looked at what boards were going for, unrecapped. And I also was looking at what people were getting for recapped boards, if I found any. And I was trying to hit a good point between making sure that I at least got enough out of it that it was worth my time to let someone buy a board that had already been recapped and retested, but not be like, what, that's too much on the what I thought was too much for what it was going for. And I did list it or best offer. I'd have to go back and look and see what it actually sold for, but yeah, in that particular case, I'm pretty sure it was an LC2 because I remember putting a. Not only did I recap it, but I did put the 68-pin socket in it. Which, to do that, it does require you to suck the solder out of all 68 through holes for said socket. And I also did include the math coprocessor, which right there, I think that was, at the time at least, well, depends on where you order them, how much those go for. I'll put it that way. I was able, since I bought a bunch at a low cost, I was able to include one for not a bad price. I want to say I got like $90 plus shipping for it when all was said and done. Kind of one of those is like, okay, it was successful. I'll do it again. All right, so this next item comes to us from an eBay seller in Washington State. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Washington. So yeah, as I have them, I'll probably, if I have any boards that I do refurb and have to resell, I will first post to like Coffee, Patreon, and YouTube channel members. Let them have first dibs before I list on eBay. Because that was the other thing. I did sell that board on eBay, so I also had to take in mind I was going to pay fees. So maybe I did list it at 120. And maybe it sold for 100. Because I did have to pay eBay fees on it. That was also a deciding factor on what I could sell it for. Because eBay's going to take like 20%. All right, so we have, yes. Yes. I remember this. Let me set this aside because I want to, I need to check to make sure I got everything because when you see what it is, you'll see why I'm checking to make sure that there's not an IO shield or something hidden in the box. I don't see it. Thomas is guessing a 486. Thomas has one of the three digits right. If this is what I think it is. Jack says that's very Christmassy bubble wrap. Yes. Oh, there's the IO shield. No, Sadmac and Jack have 0 of the digit. Okay, hold on. Thomas had 1 digit. Actually, Thomas had 2 digits correct. One was in the correct number position, and one was in the wrong position. So, Sadmac and Jack, you have 1 number correct, but it's in the wrong position. So we do have the IO shield. Yes, this board does have USB. So there you go. You now know which... this can't be a 386. And 486 does not describe something about this board. But we do have a motherboard. And there is a reason why I bought this board. Partly because I just love punishing myself, apparently. And I've probably completely confused the chat now. Everyone's probably like, well, if it's not a 486, but one digit's in the correct place and one digit's not in the correct place, what could it be? Well, maybe if I zoom in on this train wreck of a capacitor area here. And Thomas says I'm always confused. Maybe that might give you an idea of the era of this board. Jack says, no! Oh, darn it. I didn't mean to show that part of the socket. Socket 462. Yeah, Thomas had the 4 correct, but it's a socket 462 board. Yeah, those caps look terrible. We will not be testing this tonight. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 15 awful looking capacitors. Thunderclap. Yeah, Jack says, a bit branded fan. Edmax says, I didn't notice the socket info. Yeah, it's a socket 462. It should be an Athlon 750 megahertz. Now, why did I buy this train wreck of a motherboard, you might ask? Oh, actually, I think there's 16 awful caps. Well, there was an item included with this motherboard that I thought was really cool. And you can see there's the cable for it right here. But this motherboard had the A Bit Postman included. Is the item the A Bit branded fan? No, it's an A Bit Postman. This is a postcode reader for 8-bit motherboards. They sold this as an optional accessory. And this one still has the blue plastic film on it. So I know. No, it doesn't go in a slot. That's the really cool thing. Well, I mean, it takes a slot on the back of the computer, but it plugs into the SMB bus. So while I know postcard readers had been around for a while, because I think even in the 286 era, after IBM started adding postcodes and other computer manufacturers added postcodes to the BIOS, there were postcard readers that went in ISA slots. This is possibly one of the earliest examples of one that, although not included with the motherboard, it was an optional accessory. Nevertheless, it plugs into the motherboard, and you would put it in the slot, and it basically is a postcode reader for your computer. It just, like, stays there. And I kind of thought that was rather neat, because now there's a whole bunch of motherboards that have postcode readers built into the motherboard. In fact, I have 2 motherboards that have code postcode readers on them. They both happen to be Gigabyte motherboards. Yeah, they're both, totally luck. Gigabyte really isn't my favorite of brands, but, well, just so happened that I ended up with, currently have 2 Threadripper computers that have Gigabyte motherboards. Go figure. One was built that way, and the other one, that's the motherboard I was able to get when I built the computer. Yeah, I think they are common caps. These are those, I think these are those, one of those garbage brands of caps. Oh yeah, these are JPCon branded caps. So I'm fairly sure they were probably trying to make people think they were Japanese caps, when in reality they're probably cheap knockoff caps. Oh yeah, I don't think there's a single name brand cap on this board. Yeah, so of the caps on this board, there's JPCon caps, there's JackCon caps, JackCon, and then, oh yeah, these are JackCon caps too. Yeah, what wonderful brands. Fortunately, 1000 microfarad, 16 volt for these ones by the DIMMs. 2200 microfarad, 6.3 volts. I think those are all the ones around the CPU that are bad. Yeah, 2200. Yeah, these are all 2200 10 volt. Oh yeah, these all seem to be common values. I should have no trouble ordering replacement caps. Thomas says, "Oh, top quality once for a day." Yeah. These caps probably started degrading the moment this board was powered on. They probably were at their best in factory test. I didn't mean to make a rhyme, but I guess I did. So why did I buy a socket 462 motherboard? Well, it was the 8-bit Postman. I fell for the gimmick. I'll have to do a video on how cool it is, but I will have to recap the board. So the video will probably be me recapping the board so that I can try the Postman. So that is why I bought this, because the Postman was included. Fortunately, I think I paid a total of like $52 for it with shipping. I figured the Postman was probably worth something on its own. I mean, yeah, there is the risk I won't be able to get the board working after a recap, but, well. Jack says, or you could check what the postcode is with the bad caps. Something tells me it's not going to do anything good. Yeah, so it's about P3 or P4 era. Yeah, so I'm about the era where everyone was getting garbage caps. So this next item comes to us from an eBay seller in California who thought that I needed the item sent in a black poly mailer. So hi to all my eBay sellers who are trying to protect my embarrassing purchases. I mean, this purchase might be slightly embarrassing. And my viewers in California. I really don't know what my postman thinks sometimes. Okay, so far so good. Jack says, lol, embarrassing regrets. Yeah, seriously, I'm like... when you see what this is, then... It's a set of ROMs. Yeah, the black bag is very classy. So we have a set of 3 ROMs here. These are the ROMs that go with one of the diagnostic cards that I've bought on eBay. And the embarrassing thing about these ROMs are that I can't find that anyone has archived them. And the thing is, all these ROMs do, at least as far as the internet seems to say, although I guess once I dump them, I'll know for sure. Supposedly, all these ROMs do is jump to the address on the diagnostic card. Yeah, the PhD. Yeah, let me see if the. No, I'm not sure where the diagnostic card is. Yeah, basically, Ultra X made diagnostic cards and software. PhD is one of their lines of diagnostic products. I think that I don't remember what the P stands for, but I think it's hardware diagnostics. And there is a ROM on the diagnostic card that has the diagnostic software on it. And the way that the card works, and I figured this out after trying to use the card and it didn't work, is you have to replace the system BIOS with these chips, either the pair for a system that has a low and a high BIOS, or the single one. And then this will jump to the diagnostic ROM on the card and then run that. So I bought this all so I could use the diagnostic card I had, because I couldn't find that anyone had archived these anywhere. Jack says, I wonder why the low ROM doesn't have the 87 to 95 marking on the label. I quite honestly couldn't tell you. Except possibly an error. It could be an error. Although, quite honestly, I don't know. I'm not a copyright lawyer, but I'm not actually sure if if all these ROMs, let me put it this way, if all these ROMs do is jump to an address, and that's it, I'm not really sure how enforceable the copyright might be. I do believe there might be something in the copyright laws that you might not be able to copyright a single jump instruction. Just saying. But I'm not a copyright lawyer. Now, the trademark, though, yeah, totally enforceable. They could have, but I don't know how, I don't know how enforceable the copyright might be if all these do is a jump instruction. Actually, no, I don't. From what I've read, no, the code doesn't figure out which slot it's in. I think the ROM on the card is at a fixed address. So no matter which ISA slot you put the card in, it is at D1000 or a D0000. And I believe these ROMs, all they do is a jump. An unconditional jump to D0100. Although, if you know anything about x86 addresses, you will know that it does segment offset, so it's really jumping to D000:100. Yeah. In fact, actually, I would almost be tempted to yoink these straight into the my Mini Pro and read them and see if that is all they are. But I do want to get through the rest of Wheel of Regrets. So anyways, I have the ROMs that you need to use the diagnostic card. Jack says, well, I will be interested to see the disassembly of the code on this. Yeah, I actually, all I would need to do is dump the single BIOS and run it through Deidre, which I believe I have Deidre and is that the name? Wait, or is it Ghidra? I think I've got Ghidra or Deidre, whichever one it is. I think yeah, Ghidra, thank you, with a G. I have it on this computer. So, believe me, we can do a disassembly real quick. Let's get through the rest of Wheel of Regrets, then maybe we will take the single BIOS chip, dump it, and disassemble it. And we'll see if I see how close I got to remembering what is on it according to the internet. But yeah, I believe if I remember correctly what I read, it is an unconditional jump to an address. I am also getting to these in no particular order. Because this next item comes to us from an eBay seller in China. So hi to all my eBay sellers in China. I don't think I have any viewers in China. If I do, the metrics, they're like, they don't show up in the list. So if you are a viewer in China, welcome. Thanks for watching. This item did come from an eBay seller in China. One I've dealt with before. Jack says, we'll see if there's any copyrightable code. So I have bought from the seller before. I've actually bought from the seller a number of times. This item might go with something I've already opened. I might have done a very poor job of opening order. But we have... very nice, very nice, very nice. We have a MC68040 RC33A, and this is an L88M. Yeah, it's an 040. Looks like they might have removed some labels from the bottom of it or something. But I don't think Motorola really... Yeah, I see like the ghost of some labels on the bottom. But the important information is on the top of the chip, and I'm fairly sure... I'm not too worried about it. I've bought from the seller before, and they've proven to be reputable. But anyways, why did I buy an 040? Oh, yeah, that's what they've done, because there's the LC040 I have that's missing a pin. Motorola doesn't have anything etched on the bottom, so they were probably trying to clean the labels off. Yeah, that's Motorola ink. I'm not worried about it because where did I bought this from Eric Wu's chips. I've bought from him before. He seems to be about the most reputable source for 68040s. So Eric Wu's chips, I think he might have some 040s in stock. I'll actually drop the link. Oh wait. Saved sellers. Yeah, Eric Wu rare chips. I'll copy the link in the chat. Because I know one thing that can be tricky is finding a place to buy 040s. Oops, I think I broke the link when sorry, that link is broken. I deleted too much. Whoops. Let's try that link. There we go. I think that link will actually go to the eBay store. The first link I deleted just a little bit too much. But yeah, Eric Wu, I have bought I've bought a couple Motorola processors from him. And they've all been as described. I found that eBay store recommended on other forums, so I'm fairly sure that means other people have bought 040s from him. He doesn't always have them in stock, because obviously it depends on what he can get, but that's about the best place I've found to get an 040 that's actually what you are buying. Because there are some eBay sellers that will remark Motorola 68040. Now, you will... It is going to cost you a little bit. I think at the moment the L88M steppings are $60 a piece. Plus $16 shipping, but that does include all applicable import fees if you're in the US. So you're looking at about $76 plus tax. But every time I've ordered an 040 from Eric Wu, it has been a legitimate 040 that is not remarked, because there are sellers that will remark an 040 to put a better stepping on the processor than it actually is. And yes, I believe, from what I know, L88M is one of the more desirable steppings. I think it may be one of the later steppings that actually runs cooler. So it probably is worth the premium. Or at least I think it's worth the premium. So, anyways, I got an 040 because I got some boards and I've got this LC040 of sadness. So I'll be able to put an 040 in my dealer upgrade 475 because, well, I'm one short of processors to make all working boards. So yeah, 33,000 items sold. Yeah, Eric Wu is legit. I have bought other chips from him as well. I've not had any problems with the chips I buy from him. Might cost a little more because I know there's sellers from China that charge less, but everything I've bought from Eric Wu has actually been exactly what it was described to be, and nothing, as far as I can tell, nothing that I bought from Eric Wu was remarked. So why I shared the store, because I know some of you might be looking for 68040s, and if you're buying an L88M, you want an L88M. You don't want to get one of the older steppings that's been remarked. So there you go. And the next item we have is from an eBay seller in Arizona. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Arizona, including the Game Doc 04, who may or may not be lurking. So Doc, if you are out there lurking, I say hi. This is also one of those items where I'm kind of torn. And that part of me would like the seller to have made a slight mistake. But I know that wouldn't be right. I would have to tell the seller if they made the slight mistake. And part of me wants the item that's supposed to be in the box. Because I don't know how much I really want the Intel Core Ultra processors. And this is an M-ATX board, I think. Oh, yeah, look at that. DDR5. Yeah, this board would be expensive to buy memory for. So let's see what we have in the box. Oh, that's interesting. We have a set of earplugs. I can't say that. Enjoy your free gifts. This is the first time an eBay seller has sent me earplugs as a free gift. At least they look like they're sealed in the package. I know, there's no bubble. They didn't send me free bubble wrap. All right, well, I would like to thank the eBay seller for thinking about my hearing safety. Since they do appear to be new and sealed, I will stick them in my toolbox for a time when I am doing some loud grinding of something, and that way I'll have some earplugs. Yeah, maybe the fan is really loud. All right, and we have one of the worst brands of motherboards that you can buy. Yeah, we have a PCB. That might be the best way of describing this. All right, we have a PCB with a coin cell battery that is probably dead in it. It is quite dusty. I might need the earplugs to protect my hearing from dusting it. Yes, we have a PC Cheaps board. Actually, a PC Chips, but yeah, the slots look weird. PC Chips like to use weird colored slots, probably to distract your vision from the fake cache that they used. Although, in this case, it looks like the eBay seller has spared me from fake cache chips. But what do we have here? We have a U5 SX 486 33F/40. So, first of all, I believe this chip might have an identity crisis. Is it a 33 megahertz? Is it a 40 megahertz? I don't know. Probably 33, but maybe it can also do 40. I'm not sure. But second of all, these were not for sale in the US because Intel sued UMC because UMC did not have a license for Intel's patents. Jack says, I like the different font for /40. Yeah. Thomas says, cool, a very confused CPU. Yes. So when I saw this board show up on eBay, I was very indifferent about the board. I probably, in fact, I think I have to admit, I almost scrolled way too quickly past this board because I could immediately see it was a PC chips motherboard that was missing the cache chips, although in reality they were probably fake chips from the factory. But luckily, I slowed down and looked again. Jack says, I'm sure they had permission to use that Windows logo. Actually, they may have had permission to use it. Because I have a feeling Microsoft would license that Windows compatible logo on very favorable terms. And just because these were not for sale in the US, although on these quad flat pack chips, that's usually on the bottom of the chip, I think Microsoft wanted people to know if it was Windows compatible. So I think the licensing on that was very favorable. And the fact you couldn't buy these in the US doesn't mean that they weren't available in the rest of the world. And I'm pretty sure Microsoft wanted Windows dollars everywhere. So they might have actually been able to license it. Also, UMC did also make chipsets for computers that ran Windows, so yeah. Now, the funny thing is, some of these UMC processors are incompatible with Windows 98 because Windows 98 misidentifies them as a Pentium MMX processor, which causes some software to try to use them as an MMX processor, and this is a 486. Now, granted, UMC implemented this and they optimized the microcode, so these actually do run faster than a 486. But yeah, there's no MMX in these. This is totally a 486 era processor. Retrotech Chris has a computer or a motherboard with a UMC processor, and I think he did see faster performance over top the standard processor. So that's why I bought this, is because it's a 486 chip you don't see that often on an otherwise unremarkable motherboard. Although, I guess at least in this case, it looks like the motherboard's in decent shape. Jack says, I will be interested to see what speed it actually is. Actually, we might... the seller tested this and said it worked. Oh, it did come with memory. I mean, it's probably only 4 megabytes, but it did come with some memory. And the processor... I mean, we might go ahead and test this. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Okay, well... Well, I completely missed that, but it's not really a big deal. The seller in the description said it was a version 1.7 board, and apparently I missed when I looked at the photos that it's actually the version 1.4 board, but I believe there's no substantial difference between the two revisions, so it's not... I don't think it's a huge deal. In fact, quite honestly, looking at the photos on the RetroWeb, it looks like the difference between the two revisions might... Oh, no. It looks like... never mind. I was about to say, it looks like maybe they changed the slot colors, but... Oh, I think both boards use the same... might use the same BIOS versions, so... Yeah, actually, it might be totally fine. Okay, good. Most importantly, they have the user manuals for both versions of the board, so I'm totally fine. I will be able to configure the board for cache. Yep, okay. And yeah, yep, okay. And they both support up to a megabyte of cache. And flash ROM. Oh, that might be a flash ROM. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we may test this. We'll see what if the eBay seller actually tested it. I mean, yep, it looks like all the caps are electrolytic, so I don't see a downside to testing it other than let me bend this transistor here so that it does not touch the voltage regulator. There we go. I have a feeling it got slightly bent in packaging and shipping. All right. That is not a great placement there. All right. We have two more potential regrets, and then we will okay. And then we will we'll test the motherboard, and we will dump the UX PhD BIOS, not necessarily in that order. So this next item comes to us from an eBay seller in Texas again. So hi again to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. I think all right, of the last two items, one of these two I bought because I watched a video this past weekend. So I have to give a special thank you to that seller because they managed to ship it just in the nick of time for it to arrive on Christmas Eve. And it must have been, yeah, this must have been it. Because they printed this label. I don't want to show too much. But they printed this label on the 22nd and mailed it promptly. From Texas, Ground Advantage. Oh, come to think of it, maybe this arrived today. Okay, I take that back. This one arrived today. But still, that's like 3 days from Texas, Ground Advantage, around Christmas. Okay. Well, maybe I won't be thanking the seller quite as much now that I see their packing job, but, oh, and this actually is not the card I thought it was. I mean, I've had worse packing. Although partially deflated airbags are pretty bad, but I have had no packaging before. But we have an ATI Radeon 9600 Pro EZ card. I believe the EZ means it's inferior to the 9600 Pro. I think the memory is clocked slower or something like that. It might be different RAM. But it's a 9600 Pro EZ for, I think it's an 8X AGP card. Jack says, is this the time of year when shipping suddenly moves at light speed? No shipping carrier wants to be blamed for ruining Christmas. Well, I don't know if that's the case, but I can tell you now is the time when shipping will move at lightning speed, because they now want to clear all the packages they weren't able to deliver before Christmas. Jason says, darn, YouTube didn't tell me about the stream catching up at 16 speed. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to imitate the Micro Machines man so that it'll be really, really weird when you play it at 16 speed. I can't imitate the Micro Machines man. All right, and the final potential regret is this package from an eBay seller in Nebraska. I think this is the item I bought after watching an eBay video. And it is, which they must have also shipped this promptly. I think this one came Christmas Eve. Jason says, lol, I wouldn't be able to understand you speaking normally at 16 speed. Yeah, I was about to say, wait, did eBay or did YouTube add some more speed ups? Because it used to be you could only watch things at 2 speed, and I seemingly noticed they added 3 and 4 speed, and I'm like, who can watch videos at that speed? I can hardly watch videos at 2 speed. Although 2 speed is useful for trying to wait until the video gets to a certain point and you slow it back down. But anyways, I think this is the item I bought after watching a YouTube video. This is a Radeon X300 card of some sort. And I'm trying to think of which YouTuber, I think it might have been Bill's Computer Lab. These cards work with Windows 98. And, oh, Gutbum says 4X is max on premium. I have premium. 2X is max if you don't have premium. Yeah, I didn't subscribe to premium for more than 2X because I can't. 2X is like way too fast. So there we go. It's a X300 card for a late Windows 2000 machine. Yeah, Gutpump says premium is well worth the money though. You get YouTube music and no ads. Yeah. The no ads is probably a big reason why I subscribe to YouTube Premium. Because I watch a lot of YouTube videos in the course of making YouTube videos, and I don't have time for the amount of ads they add to some videos. Yeah, Jack says, I love Premium simply for no ads. Yes, there are streaming services where I will tolerate the ads, but YouTube is not one of them because they have, at least in the past, had some quite obnoxious ads. And by obnoxious, I mean like ads that they're like infomercials. That at least the ones I've seen let you skip, but I have heard people say that sometimes you can't skip them, which scares me. Anyways, there we go. That's a Wheel of Regrets for tonight. Sad Mac says, I've been tempted to cave on YouTube Premium for ads I have already said show less of. Yeah. So, and I will point out, it's YouTube premium. No, I don't subscribe to YouTube TV. I have enough other streaming services. Capbump says, if that's a VIC-20. No, we are going to take the Ultra X single BIOS here. I am going to put it in my Mini Pro. I am going to guess as to what type of BIOS it is. I think it is a 32 pin. Sadmax says, if I have to get one more weight loss ad, I will scream. Yeah. Capcom says, I also have YouTube TV. I watch too much live sports to not have some source of live TV. I get that. I get that. I only watch live sports when I'm over at someone else's house. In other words, maybe I like to be social when I'm watching sports. If that, I mean, anyways, yeah. Capcom says, and I will be getting Apple TV Plus next year since they will be the only way to watch Formula One. Yeah, Jack says, if it's in your budget, just get premium. You will not regret it. Yeah, I recently resubscribed to Apple TV Plus, not because of Formula One, but Apple had a special for Black Friday, and I wanted to kind of check out again. Well, actually, I think they had a couple shows that I enjoyed watching the first seasons of, and I thought I would like to continue watching them. Although, I guess Capcom says you should watch Pluribus if you haven't yet. It's so good. All right, I will put that on my recommended shows list. All right, so I have a feeling this BIOS chip here is a 27C010. All right, I am going to turn off check ID, and I'm just simply going to read it. And all right. And I'm not sure that actually read correctly. Let me do a read ID on the chip. The chip says it is an 8935. All right, let me look that up real quick. All right, let's see here. 80. Hmm. Hold on. Let's see here. It's an EEPROM. Chip ID 8935. There. Oh, Control Alt Reese has a list. Neat. All right. Let's see if he's happens to have this one. All right. 8935. It is an Intel. It's an Intel 27C010. Let's. All right. So I'm going to read All right, and now let's verify. It read out differently than I expected, but all right. So I've read it out. It's really hard to share the reader, so I didn't. So I'm going to save the binary file, and I'll open. I will share the Ghidra. So we'll see the disassembly together. It looks like there might be just more in the BIOS than advertised, possibly to make it copyrightable. Although I'm still not exactly. Well, I doubt there's nothing that they could do to stop you from making your own ROM that had only a single instruction in it to jump to the correct spot, but I'm not a copyright expert. All right, so I am. All right, we are waiting for Ghidra to launch. There we go. All right. So let's see here. Screen share. How about we'll just no, let's create a new project here. Non-shared project. And project name will be PhD BIOS. Oh, project directory does not exist. All right, hold please. There we go. All right. I don't know if I can make this bigger, but hopefully I'll be able to make the disassembly bigger. All right, so let's import file. Oh, hold on. So require me to browse the file system, so hold please again. All right, let's see here. Find where I saved that file. Let's see here. Oh. Oh, we are waiting for it to load files. Oops. All right. Import file. Teacher is a Java app, so we have to be patient. We have to be patient and let it load. There we go. Load all the files that are in my downloads directory. It didn't take as long the second time because it had probably already read them and cached it. Java is so efficient. Oh. Well, hold please. Apparently I... Oh, I forgot what I named it. That's why I can't find the file. All right. Or that's weird. Hold, please. Oh, there it is. All right. Found the file. All right. So format, raw binary. I think that's correct. Language doesn't matter. All right. Please select a language. All right. This is going to be x86. I don't know what compiler it was. All right, I think this is going to be x86 real mode. All right. I think that is that. All right. It's going to import it. All right. And let's see if it tells us. All right. It opened up on another screen. And we'll let it analyze the file. And it is definitely not disassembling it correctly. Mm, oh, maybe. Oh, maybe. Maybe I missed a step. Maybe you actually have to tell it to disassemble it. Huh. Oh, it's more than just a little snippet, but this is weird. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe select all. There it was. Disassemble. Oh, there we go. Well, there actually does appear to be code in this ROM. Huh. Well, this is not what I expected it to do. It almost looks like this ROM is actually part of the test. Granted, it doesn't look like it's doing. Wait a minute. There's a jump. Jump. Um. Well, there's that address though that I knew about, D000 0100, but it looks like there's a bunch of extra stuff here too. Interesting. Although it is possible. Oh, Jack says, I think the stuff we care about all happens in the first 12 bytes. Not sure what the rest is. Yeah, it looks like it's. Yeah, I don't know at all. Anyways, it's doing something, but I do see jump instructions to the hex address that I was thinking. I just don't know what the jump F instruction is. So let me look that up. Oh, that's a far jump. That would be a far jump. Yep. So, yep. So let's see here. I think I'm also thinking I might have. Yeah, Jack says that's Ghidra's notation for D000H0100H. Oh, well, I was thinking I was expecting to see more here, but this jumps from A8 to D. So, it looks like it's maybe. Is it left out some. I don't want it to leave out bytes. I want to see all the bytes, Ghidra. I'm a nerd. I want all the bytes. Don't hide bytes from me. Except I don't know how to use this tool, so I'm not sure where the show me the nerdy details option is. Oh, okay. So Jack is saying EA000100D0 is jump far. Yeah. Okay. So there's EA, and there's the first. There's the offset, but it's hiding this. It's hiding the segment. All right. But anyways, there's the jump. I knew it had a jump. It looks like it's initializing the AL register twice. It's doing an XOR of CX. Obviously, it's doing some initialization. Jack says, I don't know why it's not showing all the original bytes that it decoded. Yeah, that's the part that's annoying me. But anyways, there we go. Yeah, Jack says XOR CX. CX means 0, the CX register. All right, well, anyways. Jack says it's used for the loop, which loops 65,536 times. That's weird. Oh, I get what this BIOS is doing. I get what this ROM is doing. I don't know exactly why it's doing it at the moment. But so it looks like it's doing a loop to burn some time. Jack says, I think the lines containing NAL061 and NAL040 are just wasting time, although those are I/O ports. So, yeah, that's what it's doing. It's burning some time, and then it looks like it attempts to do a jump. But then it looks like it's got some code that maybe I wonder if that's part of the test routine. That then it does some stuff, and there's a leave instruction. But then, yeah, it repeats it. And that's the part I don't get. Because then it looks like it does it all over again. It burns some time. and then it does the jump to the same instruction, and then it does some stuff. It's almost like maybe the okay, maybe what doesn't make sense here is because we haven't looked at what's running on the diagnostic card. And I have a feeling this would make sense if we saw what the diagnostic card is doing, because I'm wondering if the diagnostic card jumps back into the system BIOS to make sure that maybe to verify the system board is correctly addressing the BIOS. But because this is replacing the system BIOS, maybe they implemented it so that it jumps back to one of these timing loops that burns some time and then returns. Yeah, the add part and leave part would never run. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, so at hex 2, there's a loop. Hex 12, there's a loop. Hex 22, there's a loop. Yeah, I don't know where the diagnostic card is at the moment, so we'll have to look at that later. I think, though, it could make an interesting study as to what the diagnostic card is doing. Yeah, the loop is relative, so it's generated a label for each instance. Yeah, it looks like this ROM is more than I thought it was, so I guess it's just as well I didn't try to make my own ROM to jump into the diagnostic card, because it looks like there's code here that the diagnostic card runs in the course of its test. It kind of looks like the diagnostic ROM probably, I'll go ahead and save that, probably jumps back into this ROM at times to do its code. But anyways, yeah, so I guess I feel less bad about buying the set of ROMs, because it looks like there is more to them than just a single jump instruction. All right, well, I guess there is code there they could copyright, because it looks like it's actually doing something. But then again, of course, of course, I just thought that maybe that's how they got, maybe that's how they were able to get a copyright, is they made it do something. But there is also the chance that the diagnostic ROM doesn't actually jump to any of those other instructions. They might just be there to be able to enforce their copyright. There is also that possibility. It could be like the Nintendo logo in the Game Boy cartridge. It's there for trademark infringement purposes. Maybe that extra code's there for copyright infringement purposes, because it wouldn't be that extra code wouldn't be obvious. It's possible. It's possible the jump instruction's the most meaningful part. Anyways, all right, we've got our PC cheaps board. I call them PC cheaps because they're cheap. All right, let me see. I think I'm going to have to go grab a video card because I have a feeling before the stream I put my video cards away because I had a whole bunch cluttering up my bench, and it looks like I was thorough in putting them all away, so let me go grab an ISA video card. Yep, let me just grab a ISA video card. And we'll test this motherboard. All right, I got a video card. A Trident video card. Because it's Trident or nothing for test. Unless we're actually trying to use another video card for some reason. There we go. All right. I'm going to have a few boxes to take out to the trash. Because my trash day normally is Friday. But because Thursday was Christmas, they moved trash pickup forward a day. So even though I am a day late in streaming, I can take these boxes out to the trash. And they will go out tomorrow. I guess that's the one benefit of doing Wheel of Regrets. All right. So let me turn on my smart outlet, which will also activate the power. So let's see here. Power in 3, 2, 1. Well, I'm actually not sure if that did anything or not. Let me turn my power supply fan to where I can actually see if it spins. All right, let's try that again. Oh, did I? Oh. You know, if I was thinking, I would order some power cords from Amazon that were two different colors, so that I would immediately know if I was plugging in the power cord from left outlet or right outlet. So now let's try that again. I think I had the wrong power cord. Yeah, I had the wrong power cord. All right, no explosions. Yeah, I didn't plug in the keyboard. But there we go. Looks like it is a 33 megahertz U5S CPU. And 4 megabytes. Yeah, just as I figured, 4 megabytes of RAM. Nothing to write home about. And looks like this is BIOS is dated 7/15/94. Let me check what the RetroWeb has for this board. 7/15/94. And let's see, that is an award BIOS. All right, they do have that BIOS already archived. It does look like there are newer versions. So it might behoove me to try to upgrade. And, well, so, the other thing is this is, it's, interestingly enough, this is actually a UMC chipset on this board. A UMC chipset for a UMC processor. How apropos. I wonder if there's a Mr. BIOS available for this motherboard, which might actually give us like large disk support and other nice things like that. So let me check real quick, just as a teaser for what we might be able to do with this board. All right, so let me see, UMC, and according to the RetroWeb, this is the UMC 8496. And I think the answer is no. Yep, it would appear as if there is no Mr. BIOS or MR BIOS, as I'm sure someone would probably point out. It probably really is MR BIOS, but Mr. BIOS is what I've always thought it was. So it's probably little correcting me into thinking something else, because I'd always thought it was Mr. BIOS, not realizing it was Microid Research. But anyways, it does appear as if we have a working PC chips motherboard, a working UMC processor, and I don't have anything to boot this with handy, so that is where we will wrap the stream. I do believe, though, this motherboard may make a reappearance next week. Hold on. I am turn my smart outlet off there. So, let me see here. let me refresh my memory real quick of the live stream schedule for next week. Let's see here. It has changed since I last streamed. So, I believe my schedule is Monday. We are going to be looking at the Gateway Profile 3. I'm going to try to reassemble that. And Tuesday, it will be only PC builds, where I'm going to build as many computers, as many PCs as I can, because I've got some motherboards and parts that I've ordered to put various computers together. So we're going to be doing PC builds. We'll see how many I can get through. Yeah, Jack says, I like Mr. BIOS. It's like Mr. Coffee or Mr. Fusion. Exactly. So, anyways, yeah, next week I will not be streaming on Thursday because I'm going thrifting on Friday. It's also because I was thinking of going thrifting on Thursday as well. But I discovered that some of the places I was thinking of going on Thursday were going to be closed on Thursday, so I will also have to let Dad know that I will be picking another day to come to Roanoke to go thrifting, because everywhere is like, some of the places I was going to go in Roanoke are closed on Thursday, and I'd already scheduled, already lined up to go somewhere else on Friday, so and I've got something I got to do here in town Saturday, so it's looking like I'll have to pick another another day off to go to thrifting in Roanoke. So, but anyways, yep, so yeah, next week I'll be streaming Monday and Tuesday, and then I think I'll be back to my regular schedule, whatever my regular schedule looks like. And I just realized that my ceramic blade for opening boxes has a magnet in it. Oh, also my overhead camera frame is not magnetic, but my workbench is. There we go. I just, not that you can see it. There, now you can see it. I just put my blade right there, so hopefully I will not be able to bury it or misplace it, because I just discovered it's magnetic. I may have to put a magnet in my heater remote, assuming I haven't misplaced it already, because my new heater, has a remote control. I splurged. I was just going to get the $60 one from Lowe's, but then I was in the heater aisle and looking at them, and I realized if I got the $100 one, it had an oscillate feature, which I was like, yeah, that'd probably be good in case I'm not thoroughly cold. It also had, I think, dual heating levels, which I was like, okay, well, that's better than only one heating level, because sometimes it's not as cold in the basement as other times. And it had the remote control, which I thought, okay, well, if I can attach it to my workbench, if I am getting too hot, then I could, click the remote behind my back and change the setting on the heater, or turn it off or on or whatever. So I got the slightly more expensive one because it had bonus features. And I have to say, I am just now kind of starting to get a chill, as the heater is not like the total fix-all for how cold my basement is, but my little thermometer on top of Claris is saying that it's 57.2 at the point of my desoldering station. So I think the heater So I've got my little foot heater, which is about, I think it's about a 300-watt heater. And then I've got the stand heater, which I'll kind of, right there it is. So I've had this little short table for a while, so I decided to bring it down here to set the heater on a table. You can just there see the edge of the table. So there's my power heater there to kind of heat from behind. It has a fan in it, so it is blowing the heat my way. Also, I guess the other feature this has, which I liked, it has a timer on it. So I can, although I think, so I can turn it on with a timer so that if I forget, so it won't like run constantly in case I forget to turn it off. Not that the very obvious lights on it aren't a clue that I've left it on. But anyways, yeah, so that has worked to keep me warm, because I know you all probably are thinking I think it was like last Tuesday or whatever, or was it last Thursday, where I streamed for 2 hours and then had to give up because I was just so cold. Yeah. So anyways, yep, got the heater set up. It's great. So hopefully that will help me be, I can't say I'm toasty warm, but at least with a nice hoodie. Yeah, I'm going to have to order another hoodie from Mac84. This one I have worn this one out. The printing is flaking off of it pretty bad now. But yeah, with a nice hoodie and the heaters, I made it 6 hours. So cool. And we got some game consoles repaired. Got some parts added to my next console 5 order. Wheel of Regrets. We disassembled the ROMs I bought for my diagnostic card to see that they are a bit fancier than what I had read online. And we tested this UMC processor in the PC chips motherboard, and it works. The seller said they tested it, and it looks like they were not lying, because it works. So I guess this weekend I will have to find my cache chips, because we probably should put some cache in this board. If I can find enough, we will try small amounts and possibly even putting a megabyte of cache in to see if the board works with it. But with that, I am going to draw the stream to a close, because I am starting to get chilled. And I do have things to do tomorrow, so I don't want to stay up too late. I am glad you all joined me, hung out in the chat. We're cool. We got a coffee from Hardware Hacker, so thanks again for that. I do hope to be on Dave's stream for at least a little while, because I should be able to join for at least a few hours. I do have a couple Mac boards I can look at. So hopefully we'll be there. And then next Monday stream is... let me see. When did I schedule Monday stream? I have Monday stream currently scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Eastern, because I think it'll take a while to put the gateway profile together. And then I think Tuesday stream, I thought about starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. Although I may change that to 6 p.m. Eastern, so stay tuned to when the stream is actually scheduled. It will partly depend on how cold the basement is, because I think we're supposed to get a really cold night next week. And I probably will not be going for 8 hours on the really cold night, if that happens to line up. And probably the gateway stream, if I do get the gateway back together before 6 hours, I probably will wrap the stream early, if that is the cold night. if Tuesday is going to be the cold night, then I will either go from 4 to like 10, or I'll do 6 to midnight. But I probably will only do 6 hours. Just because at some point, the heaters are, they can only do so much. After all, the temperature gauge on my thermometer is 57.4 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's kind of, at some point, the chill of the air is going to overcome the ability of my hoodie and heater to work. So, anyways, hope to see you all here next week or on Dave's stream on Sunday. With that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.